Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make today. Amen. Brisbane City Council acknowledges this country and its traditional custodians. We acknowledge and respect the spiritual relationship between traditional custodians and this country, which has inspired language, songs, dances, lore and dreaming stories over many thousands of years. We pay our respects to the elders, those who have passed into the dreaming, those here today, those of tomorrow. May we continue to peacefully walk together in gratitude, respect and kindness in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open. Are there any apologies? Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I advise that Councillor Murphy will be absent today and I move that he be granted a leave of absence from the meeting.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Givney that Councillor Murphy be granted leave of absence from today's meeting. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. Are there any further apologies? Confirmation of minutes, please.
Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,773rd meeting held on Tuesday the 19th of August 2025 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Givney that the minutes of the 4,773rd meeting of Council held on the 19th of August 2025 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it. I would now like to call on Ms Anna Rowlandson, who will address the Chamber on Ethnic Communities Council of Queensland's Sustainability of Multicultural Organisations Research Project. Please proceed, Ms Rowlandson. You have 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, Lord Mayor and Councillors, my name is Anna Rowlandson. I'm here from Ethnic Communities Council of Queensland. I'm the Manager of Community Development and Engagement. I'm here today because your communities have asked me to come and talk to you about some of the multicultural groups who participated in our Sustainability of Multicultural Organisations in Queensland research. And I want to talk to you about the findings of that. I'm very pleased to be able to share with you some of the work of ECCQ. We're the peak body. We've been the peak body for multicultural organisations since 1976. We have a membership of 500. And you're well aware that Australia is twice as multicultural as America and Europe. In Brisbane, we have almost 300 ethnicities. 35% of us are born overseas. We see many of you as councillors engaging with groups at multicultural events. Thank you. I know that Brisbane City Councillors play a vital role in making sure Brisbane is a place with a high quality of life for all of our residents. You engage with small multicultural organisations who are on the front line of supporting migrants, refugees and international students. They function mainly based on volunteers who are giving freely of their time and expertise. They value demonstration of your support by you showing up, not only that, but listening and responding to the needs of your community. Our recently published research was conducted in collaboration with QUT and Multicultural Affairs Queensland. Many of our southeast-based organisations participated, including small organisations through to large service providers and social enterprises. Many of the small organisations shared they face the real potential of not being able to continue operations and continue their support of organisations and individuals across our city. It's essential that we support these organisations to be able to fulfil their mission to foster belongingness, sustain the cultural identity of their communities. Now to the important part. This is the findings. Rather than making you read an 80-page report, I will tell you very quickly. Groups told us that they are concerned about access to spaces like community halls, libraries, and other spaces that would allow them to gather. Also, the cost of public liability insurance, which is a barrier for them accessing these fields, community spaces, and more, and would prevent them from holding cultural events and classes, language classes, that leads to disengagement. They're concerned about capacity building for their organisation leaders and enhancing their revenue, accessing the grants that are available. They're concerned that the grants are not matching the community's needs, and they want to engage more with you as their representatives. Your community is asking you as councillors to participate in our community consultations and workshops as a follow-up from our research, to talk about innovative solutions of how we can create access to shared resources and spaces like those that you have. Please talk to ECCQ and our members for culturally informed advice on the things that you are dealing with on behalf of your communities. By working together, we can prevent the breakdown of social cohesion, and we can make Brisbane safe, friendly, and accessible for all. On behalf of your communities, thank you for having me.
Thank you, Ms Rollinson. If you would like to take a seat, we'll get Councillor Howard, please. Would you care to respond?
Well, thank you, Chair, and Anna, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to respond to you, and I really thank you for your presentation today and for the important work you and the Ethnic Communities Council of Queensland continue to do. ECCQ has long been a cornerstone of advocacy and support for Queensland's multicultural communities, and as the Chair of Community and Arts Portfolio, I'm proud to say that the Schrinner Council shares your commitment to building a city where diversity is celebrated and supported. We know that the multicultural organisations are the backbone of community life, and we truly appreciate the insights that you've brought to us today, and also from phase 1 of the Sustainability of Multicultural Organisations research project. And we do look forward to learning more about the findings, and I'd personally love the opportunity to meet with you and our Connected Communities team to learn more about how we can work together to support our multicultural communities. So thank you again, Anna, for your advocacy and for presenting this important work to the Chamber today. We look forward to continuing the conversation and identifying practical ways to support your work and, of course, the work of the volunteers that we know are the backbone of all of our organisations to build a more inclusive and sustainable future for our Brisbane's communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms Rollinson, for coming in today. Councillors, so we'll now move to question time. Are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or Civic Cabinet Chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor, in today's Council papers, the quarterly report highlights the Schrinner Council's commitment towards taking the pressure off household rates and rents through strong and disciplined financial management. As not all councillors are as financially literate as others, could you please outline to the Chamber what the quarterly report says?
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to Councillor Huang for the question. It's a good question because already today we've learned that the Leader of the Opposition, surprise, surprise, has managed to misread the latest financial reports. Cherry-picked line items from the budget are always a go-to for Councillor Cassidy, and as per usual, he has made outlandish claims that don't stack up. Councillor Cassidy has come in here again today with a spring in his step, thinking that he's onto a winner. Well, I'm sorry to spoil the party for him, but the problem is, as per usual, he simply can't and he doesn't bother to read the papers. Just last week, the Leader of the Opposition came into this chamber and said a rent abatement for the powerhouse, that is a decrease in rent, was actually a rent increase. Then, when called out, he doubled down and claimed that rent in the coming years would be higher, not compared to this year, but 5 years ago in 2020. How embarrassing. And who can forget when the Leader of the Opposition falsely claimed liabilities as debt? A line those opposite continue to peddle, Madam Chair, despite being called out on it multiple times. So today, Councillor Cassidy has tried again. Now he thinks he's onto a winner with our materials and services budget. Councillor Cassidy has shopped around a screenshot of the materials and services budget and today's report, along with some outlandish claims. The problem is, he cut off the screenshot and missed half the statement. Just 2 rows below where Councillor Cassidy decided to end his comparison, what can be found in this report? Over $820 million spent on materials and services for capital works that went into great projects that everybody knows about. Materials for projects like the Brisbane Metro and the Kangaroo Point Bridge. He conveniently chopped off half a financial report to suit his narrative and decided, you know what, I'll just ignore everything that's spent on capital projects in this city. Let's maybe give him the benefit of the doubt, Madam Chair, and perhaps he forgot. Like the time he forgot that he invited protesters into the public gallery and then got caught out. Even on his own metric, our materials and services budget spend for 24-25 is $108 million more than the proposed budget in the last year. That's $108 million more spent across our city, in our libraries, in our parks, on our roads and in our communities. Again today we see another own goal from Councillor Cassidy, who has been left red-faced yet again. Quite simply, he's financially illiterate. Now, if he was having trouble reading the papers, Madam Chair, he could have turned up to information sessions and asked a question, but he couldn't even be bothered to do that. We all know Councillor Cassidy and Jim Chalmers both worked for Wayne Swan when he was Treasurer. One of those people is now the Federal Treasurer, and the other one can't read a one-page financial statement. So once again, Labor's exaggerated claims simply just don't live up to the hype. The problem with this Leader of the Opposition is the facts never match his rhetoric. Just for a second, can you imagine the report today had the Green Labor Coalition of Chaos been elected last March? It would have been a very different story to what we see. Instead of a surplus result and reduced spending that has kept downward pressure on rates and rents, those opposite would have inflicted a $3.5 billion budget black hole on this city. It would have delivered one of the largest rate rises in our city's history. While we continue to deliver the cheapest rates in southeast Queensland, other councils are charging residents anywhere between $300 and $700 more per year in rates, something that those opposite would have to do if they were elected. Further, council spending would have had to increase by a staggering 20%, jeopardising our balanced budget and plunging this city into deficit. We on this side of the chamber, Madam Chair, have a strong track record of responsible financial management, and our approach is in stark contrast to those opposite. Only this Lord Mayor will balance the budget and keep Brisbane moving.
Deputy Mayor, your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Chongwa.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, as we know, the Brisbane City Council, along with the Queensland State Government, are signatories to the Olympic Host City Agreement with the IOC, International Olympic Committee. Clause 15.3 of the host city contract states, where new permanent venues need to be constructed, the host NOC and the OCOG shall ensure that they are not located in or adjacent to statutory nature, cultural protected area or World Heritage Sites. Lord Mayor, as large part of Victoria Park, Brisbane is culturally protected area, and considering the Queensland State Government has recommended that all Brisbane receive state cultural heritage protection. 545 residents have now written to the IOC expressing their dismay.
Point of order,
at the
Madam
Brisbane-
Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Adams. Thank you.
Just wondering where the question is in this
It's coming.
monologue.
Just
Thank you.
context.
I was about to... Thank you. I was about to ask, please, Councillor Chongwa, can you come to the question?
545 residents have now written to the IOC expressing their dismay at the Brisbane City Council and the state government's stated intention to violate this host agreement.
Point of
Lord
order,
Mayor,
Madam Chair. That does
Point
not
of
sound
order,
like a question coming.
Councillor Chongwa.
Lord Mayor,
Coun-
copies of
councillors.
these 545 emails have in fact been sent to your office. My question is, when the Queensland Minister for the Olympic and Paralympic Games, Tim Mander, was asked about breaking his host agreement, he responded that, I quote, IOC are over the moon at what
Councillor,
we are doing.
please come to the question of the Lord Mayor.
Do you also think the IOC are over the moon at your attended violation of the city host agreement and complete disregard for the cultural heritage?
Lord Mayor.
Well, there's a lot of misinformation in that question, Madam Chair. First of all, Victoria Park, Brisbane is not a World Heritage Area, and there's various claims that have been made about cultural heritage, and we respect the cultural heritage of Brisbane and of Victoria Park, but that doesn't mean that you can't build anything there, because in the end, there will be a process that we'll have the sign-off of the IOC, whereby we deliver a world-class stadium facility that will create an amazing legacy, which has the support of the wider Brisbane and South East Queensland and Queensland population, and it'll be a great outcome. And so I understand Councillor Chongwa wants to stop this. I understand that the Greens voted against the Olympics and don't want the Olympics to be held in Brisbane. You're not on the side of the community here, Councillor Chongwa. The reality is you're on the side of a vocal minority. That's your choice. But this is something, both the Olympics and Victoria Park sporting precinct, that the community supports. And this is also something that I'm aware has been the subject of much discussion with the IOC. And in fact, when IOC members were in Brisbane recently to get briefed on the plans, this was after the announcement of Victoria Park, and they were briefed on the proposal, and they were briefed fully on what was proposed. And they certainly didn't have a problem with what was proposed. In fact, they were very supportive of the plans. And so, Councillor Chongwa, as I said, you can continue to take the side of those who are against the Olympics and against the Victoria Park projects going ahead, but that is not representative of the wider community. And so, read the room. Read the community sentiment, which is the excitement about the opportunity that the Olympics creates for our city and our state, and the excitement of having a world-class legacy in Victoria Park for people to enjoy for decades to come. And that will include not only a stadium and an aquatic centre, but a wonderful area surrounding that that will be a community asset that people will be free to enjoy and use. And so it'll be a great outcome for the community. Councillor Chongwa can continue to work with those who want to oppose it and want to stop it, but they're not on the right side of history here.
Point of order.
Further questions? Councillor Gibney. What's your point of order, Councillor?
Misrepresentation on that, just one note.
What is your misrepresentation?
I just note that I said that the host NOC and the OCOG shall ensure that they are not located in adjacent to statutory nature, culture protected areas or World Heritage sites.
Thank you, Councillor.
That's a quote out of the host agreement.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gibney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Community and the Arts, Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard, last week we heard a great diversity of claims from the opposition about our support for the arts, ranging from the bazaar the outlandish and the just plain wrong. For the benefit of the lazy Labor opposition, can you please tell us how the Shriners Council supports the iconic Brisbane powerhouse?
Councillor Howard.
Well, thank you, Chair, and through you I thank Councillor Givney for the question, and particularly to give me the opportunity to correct the lazy Labor opposition and their misrepresentation of a whole lot of things last week. We've already heard the Deputy Mayor. Well, I'm about to provide them with another lesson, because it's my great pleasure to clarify a few things that were said in this chamber last week. Things that frankly deserve a reality check. So, Chair, last week, the Shrinner Council approved a lease amendment to the Brisbane powerhouse that delivers a rent abatement. I'm going to say that again, a rent abatement. A rent abatement, Chair, that means a rent reduction, a decrease in rent. A deliberate and strategic decision to support one of Brisbane's most iconic cultural institutions. Yet somehow, Chair, that simple fact seemed to confuse members opposite. We heard claims that the rent was increasing, that the powerhouse was being exploited, that council was taking away from the arts. Chair, none of that is true. So let's deal in facts. The current rent is $692,170. Under the rebatement rent in year one, it drops to $266,529. Now, I'm going to repeat that, Madam Chair, because those opposite seem to have trouble.
One moment, please, Councillor Howard. Can you just stop your mic? Touch your mic, please. Both Councillor Johnston and Councillor Griffiths, please do not call out while Councillor Howard is on her feet speaking, and I do not expect you to debate it. Councillor Howard.
Well, thank you, Chair. So as I said, I am going to repeat it, Madam Chair, because honestly, those opposite really seem to have trouble listening or reading or understanding. The current rent is $692,170. Under the abatement, rent in the year one drops to $266,529. Chair, that's a 60% rent reduction.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Numerous councillors on the LNP side just called out wow, which is exactly the same comment I made during the speech. Are you going to caution the LNP councillors for saying exactly the same words?
I don't uphold your point of order, Councillor Johnston. You know full well that I allow people to encourage others while they are on their feet, and you are warned, Councillor.
Madam
I am speaking. I am speaking, and you will not call out and debate me.
It is not funny.
That is unsuitable meeting conduct, Councillor Griffiths.
You're not ruling fairly.
Councillor Griffiths, I consider that you are displaying unsuitable meeting conduct, and in accordance with section 21(4) of the Meetings Local Law, I hereby request that you apologise for your conduct.
Oh, point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Griffiths.
You want an apology? I'm happy to consider an apology, but I would request of you that you stop being so biased. You just warned Councillor Johnston and myself, but you did not warn people on the other side of the chamber. When Councillor Johnston brought that to your attention, you did nothing about it. I'm explaining to you my apology.
Councillor Griffiths, I consider that you are now displaying unsuitable meeting conduct, and in accordance with section 21(4) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, I hereby warn you, officially warn you.
Wow. You know, like, what do you do in this chamber? You are so biased. And it just goes on and on and on. You are so biased.
Again, councillor, you continue to show unsuitable, I know you want me to, unsuitable meeting conduct, and in accordance with section 21(8) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, I hereby make an order reprimanding you for your conduct. Your conduct and this reprimand will be noted in the minutes of this meeting. Further, councillor Howard.
Point of order.
Point of order, councillor Johnston.
Madam Chair, for your clear bias on display about saying one councillor cannot say wow, but numerous other councillors can say wow, I move dissent in your ruling.
And I second that.
Dissent has been moved in my ruling and by councillor Johnston and seconded by councillor Griffiths. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no? No.
Division.
The noes have it.
Division.
Division called by councillor Johnston and seconded by councillor Massey. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 18 against.
That is lost. Councillors, resume your seats. Councillor Howard.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and it's quite obvious that those on the other side don't want to hear facts. They're too interested in causing disruption. So, Madam Chair, this abatement was requested by the Powerhouse. It is part of a broader strategy to reinvest in infrastructure, improve visitor experience and prepare for the future. Now, we have a new incoming CEO Artistic Director, Louise Bazina, whose leadership promises a bold new chapter for the venue. And this lays the groundwork for success, ensuring that she has the tools, the team and the trust to make the venue into new heights. So, Chair, when we hear talk from the lazy opposition on the other side about cash grabs and unconscionable leases, it's clear that some opposition councillors either do not read the documents or do not understand them. Worse still, Madam Chair, some tried to compare this lease to figures from 2020, a year when rent was temporarily reduced due to COVID. So this is not a fair comparison and it's not even a relevant one. So let's not forget the suggestion that the Powerhouse should be rent-free. Now, Madam Chair, that might sound generous, but it ignores the reality that this is a council-owned facility with commercial operations. It hosts ticketed events, runs hospitality venues and generates significant economic activity. A rent-free arrangement would be irresponsible and unsustainable. The lease amendment supports the arts, it supports the Powerhouse and it supports Brisbane. Madam Chair, the Schrinner Council has a proud track record of backing our creative sector. We fund the festivals that make our city great. We invest in the multicultural events that celebrate our diverse communities and we champion our local artists. And we've just executed a new 4-year agreement with the powerhouse that includes a generous uplift in operational funding. So let's be clear, we're not pulling support, we are strengthening it. Those twisting the numbers, I say, check your maths. Those questioning our commitment, look at the funding uplift. And those who are still not convinced that this is a win for the Brisbane's creative sector, well, you're just not paying attention, because if you were, you'd see that we are investing in the city's future. So we're building a cultural legacy that will shine on the stage in 2032 and beyond, and it's just one of the many ways we're delivering with our most vibrant creative city in Australia.
Councillor Howard, your time has expired. Further questions. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, your councillor for Northgate Ward, Councillor Adam Allen, has gone missing in his obligation to advocate for his community in his community. You've decided to sell a community lease site on Rowers Road in Nudgee, where the North Brisbane Junior Motorcycle Club operates. Councillor Allen is refusing to meet the club and has deflected any responsibility. Members of the North Brisbane Junior Motorcycle Club are here in the gallery today seeking answers. Welcome to you all. The future of this sport in South East Queensland rests on this facility. Given their local LNP councillor won't support them, what are you doing to ensure this club has a future?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Cassidy. Certainly, Councillor Allen and I are on the same page when it comes to this, as are all of the members of my team. This particular site was on a lease until 2011. The lease expired in 2011, and Council has since consistently advised that we're not in a position to grant another ongoing or long-term arrangement to that site. And so this has been not something that's evolved just in recent times. This has been 14 years in the making at the very least. I'm also aware that many residents around the area have also raised concerns about the club and its operation. And so this is not the simple issue that Councillor Cassidy would try and portray it as. Having said that, Councillor Howard has been working on the issue
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Again, councillors, stop calling out while the Lord Mayor is on his feet. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. So Councillor Howard has been working on the issue, and we are absolutely willing and offering support to ensure that the club can relocate to another area. Where? Outside of Brisbane. Outside of Brisbane. Where? There are a number of facilities that
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Councillor Collier and Councillor Cassidy, I caution you, do not speak and call out while the Lord Mayor is answering your question. Lord Mayor.
There are a number of facilities that are currently being discussed, just the other day I was talking to Mayor Peter Flannery about one that was proposed up in his area in Moreton Bay Council, which he was supportive of, but this is a club that draws its members from around the region of South East Queensland. And in fact, many of the members come from outside of Brisbane. And so any facility in South East Queensland needs to bear in mind that this is a regional facility that we're talking about here. Now, we are prepared to support the club in its relocation, but I do state again that an ongoing future at that site is not possible. Just as we advised in 2011, 14 years ago, I think it's very reasonable to make sure that the club could stay there, even though there was no long-term arrangement in place. But this is something that has been discussed for many, many years. It is now time to support the club in relocating. We will do that. There are options for relocating in other parts of South East Queensland, we believe, and we're happy to continue working with the club to make sure that we can support them for that relocation.
Further questions? Councillor Toomey. Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I move the suspension of standing orders to enable me to move the following motion: that this council compels Councillor Adam Allen to do his job, put people before his party and meet the North Brisbane Junior Motorcycle Club on the council lease site at Rowers Road in Banyo to help the club continue to operate into the future.
Seconded. Has been moved by a suspension of standing orders has been moved by Councillor Cassidy Seconded by Councillor Collier. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 18 against.
That is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats. Further questions? Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My question is the Chair of Public Transport Committee, Councillor Wines. Councillor Wines, we heard earlier this session about the Shrinner Council's commitment to the safety on our buses and the lacklustre record of the previous state Labor government in delivering these crucial upgrades. Can you please update the Chamber on the progress we've made working with the Crisafulli government to keep our bus operators safe on the job?
Thanks, Councillor.
Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Councillor Toomey, for the question. And it is a topical one. Bus driver safety is important. All people who go to work have a right to feel safe at work, and that's part of our ongoing commitment to our bus operators, that is something that we believe in and will continue to work toward. The rise in bus driver assaults is totally unacceptable, and we have been working with the state government on how to address this important issue. Council continues to enhance safety on our bus network, including upgrades to our emergency exit signage, additional emergency response vehicles and extra security guards. However, much of the debate has turned on driver protection barriers. Now, Council would be interested to know that our design is a leading design supported by drivers, unions and industry, and we provide a leading example for not only South East Queensland but the entire nation. It is a retrofitted system that provides a full protective barrier and rear view camera system. These were issues that we had to overcome, whether they be glare, sightlines, and among other things. We engaged extensively with drivers and the unions to ensure that we addressed whatever concerns they had with the placement of these protective barriers. Our bus operators have been highly supportive of the final design, and there are several adaptations for each of the models. As councillors would know, we have 274 buses with full protection out of our fleet, and I can advise today that I have received a letter from the Minister for Transport advising that the state will be transferring $950,000 to BCC to continue this program and ensure that full safety barriers will continue to be built in Brisbane City Council buses, protecting our operators. Can I thank the Minister and the government for their interest and commitment, interest in this issue and their commitment to keeping our operators safe. If only that level of commitment was shared by all participants in the state government and all councillors. As the council would know, we've discussed this in the past, the former government would make grand announcements but not actually provide anywhere near that level of cash to the council to deliver this outcome.
10 to 15% was all that was ever actually released for use in these projects. Councillors would also recall that some weeks ago we had a debate in this chamber about bus driver safety, about full barrier protections. In that meeting, councillors would have heard that the Labor councillors did not know that these protective barriers are made out of toughened glass. They were of the view that they made them of perspex. They are made from toughened glass so that they are resilient to fire. Now, you would think that if they were as concerned about this matter as they claim to be, they would have known that. But more importantly, if they were so concerned about bus driver safety, you thought that in the policy debate that we had that same evening that they would have voted for driver safety. But when the time came for the opposition to vote in support of drivers and to vote in support of their safety, they declined. They voted no. Now, they come to this place time after time claiming to be the driver's friend, and as we've said in the past, they're not the driver's friend, they're the union's friend, and there is a difference. There's a distinct difference. This council, the Schrinner Council, will always continue to focus on the needs of bus operators and their safety, and I thank the Crisafulli government for their meaningful engagement to make sure that we are able to continue that while we engage on a whole range of other matters with the state government. That same resolution the Labor Party voted against included a call for ongoing engagement with us as a principal operator of the bus operation community and other operators and the union and the department. That will be proceeding. Over coming weeks and months with routine and regular meetings with the Minister and the department. What is striking about this is that the Labor Party, for all they say in here, they chose to vote against bus driver safety. They stood against it. They criticised us for doing it. I trust they'll criticise our efforts to continue to improve bus operator safety. It is really quite sad that for so many years, Labor councillors have chosen to advocate for bus driver safety, but when it comes time to use the one thing they can actually do and vote in this place, they choose to vote no. They choose to vote against bus driver safety. But we never will,
Councillor
we never
Wines,
do.
your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, you spent longer at the LNP State Convention on Friday than you have at recent council meetings. It's been reported that the convention was a battleground on culture war issues such as ending action on climate change, banning Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander flags and welcome to country, and repealing quote-unquote gender ideology. During this self-indulgent and dangerous waste of time, despite making a joke about the Story Bridge, did you at least move a motion for the state government to commit funding for the Story Bridge restoration?
Just before you start, Wilma, you'll note, councillors, that I do allow comments to support each other. Okay, so clearly there's an example of that, the same as this side. It's thank you, Councillor Collier. Lord Mayor.
Well, Councillor Collier claims to know a lot about the LNP State Convention. You're always so interested in party politics, so interested in state politics. Why don't you just run for state office? Why don't you take over from your mother-in-law? Because you're clearly not interested in doing your job here. The reality is I addressed the convention for roughly
1 moment, please, Lord Mayor. If you can just press your mic. Councillor Collier, your point of order.
I claim to be misrepresented.
I note your claim. Lord Mayor, and councillors, please refrain from calling out. If you've got any issues, you can bring it up in GB. Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. I was at the convention for between 20 minutes and half an hour to provide my report, and then I had other things to do. And just like on Tuesday afternoons, I have meetings in the afternoon and actually work in the afternoon while other people are blowing hot air on that side of the chamber. I actually had things to do. And so you can talk about the convention all you want.
1 moment, please, Lord Mayor.
I wasn't there. I didn't participate in any debates.
Lord Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. And Councillor Collier, I caution you. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I wasn't there for any debates. I was there to give my report, and then I had to continue on with my day with some of the other responsibilities that I have. Having said that, though, the Labor Party should take a leaf out of the LNP book because, unlike your party, Councillor Collier, elected reps aren't bound by policy positions from state conventions. We've always mapped our own path in this team, and sometimes that has put us into conflict with our own party or caused disagreement. And in fact, almost every convention, there's a motion condemning the Brisbane City Council team on something or other. It's almost a badge of honour in some ways, because we are very firmly in the middle ground when it comes to politics. There are plenty of people who think we're not right-wing enough, and we're not. We're not. We are very much about the centre. We are very much about the majority when it comes to our political ideologies and philosophies and our values, which is something that the vast majority of the community also is. Because in the end, this team has a very wide range of views and opinions and experiences in life, but we always do what we think is in the best interests of Brisbane residents. One great example of where I guess my position and some members of my team might differ from those of my party is daylight saving.
One moment, Lord Mayor. You're cautioned again, Councillor Cassidy. Lord Mayor.
I've been very vocal on my views that I think we should have another daylight saving trial and another daylight saving referendum. Now, there are plenty of...
Point of order, Councillor Strong.
Yes, I haven't heard the words Story Bridge on the Lord Mayor's answer to the question. Could you bring him back to the question, please?
Thank you, Councillor Strong. If I didn't have to keep interrupting the Lord Mayor because of people calling out, he might be able to answer his question. Lord Mayor.
Well, I don't know, Councillor Collier apparently knew exactly what went on at the convention, and if she did, she would have known exactly what I said about the Story Bridge. There was a significant section of my remarks dedicated to that particular topic and advocating for both the federal LNP and the state LNP to work together with us to make sure there's a long-term restoration plan there. But Councillor Collier, if she knows everything about the convention, would already know that. The reality is, as I was saying, there are sometimes matters where our position as a team or my position individually differs from our party convention's position. And so that is not unusual. That is something that has been the case for many, many years. And as I said, this team decides on policy together. We decide on policy through a very rigorous debate in our party room on many issues. And we decide on it based not necessarily what's the best for our party, but what's the best for Brisbane. And that's the way it should be. But we do stick to values like responsible financial management, keeping costs down. We do stick to values like getting things done and building infrastructure. We do stick to values in supporting entrepreneurship and enterprise in our community and small business to make sure that we can create jobs in the community and our community can prosper. And we also support our multicultural communities as well, which are just an important part, such an important part of our Brisbane community.
Further questions?
Point of order.
Councillor Marx. Your point of misrepresentation. Sorry, Councillor.
Thanks, Chair. The Lord Mayor claims he knows who my family members are. My mother-in-law sadly was taken from us 12 years ago.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Marx.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, Councillor Davis. Councillor Davis, the Schrinner Council is rolling out the biggest change to residential waste collection services in decades with the rollout of green waste recycling bins to households across the city. Can you please update the chamber on the status of our rollout and which suburbs will be seeing green bins land next?
Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and through you, can I thank Councillor Marx for the question. I know Councillor Marx is following the rollout very closely, and I'm pleased to be able to give an encouraging update today. As of this morning, we've completed bin deliveries in 32 suburbs across the city. Almost 30,000 green bins have been delivered, and the rollout is now over 20% complete. And now those new green bins are starting to be serviced, and the rollout continues into 44 new suburbs over the coming month. About 9,000 bins are being delivered each and every week, and each delivery is accompanied by a flyer explaining how to use the bin, and each week's recipients receive a postcard in advance to help them understand what is appropriate to put in the bin. And to answer the final part of Councillor Marx's question, they'll be landing this week in Zilmere, Fortitude Valley, Holland Park, Tarragindi, Maruka, Annerley, Wavell Heights, Fairfield, Yeerongpilly, Yeronga and Tennyson. The rollout is on schedule and feedback from the community has been very, very positive. But it's not about delivering the bins. It's also about how we talk to people, how we educate and how we change habits, how we engage with residents. Madam Chair, just last week we held a successful engagement stall at Kedmore Village Shopping Centre and I'd like to share a story about a resident who came along for a chat. It was an older gentleman who, let's say, was not totally on board with the program. He doesn't mow his lawn anymore and he thought he didn't really have much use for a green bin. And he did come down to provide us with that feedback. But the staff listened to him and then they chatted. They chatted about the waste utility charge and what it enables, not just for him, but for the whole city. They discussed the volume of green waste that ends up in general waste bins and how that contributes to increasing waste in landfill. They spoke about how organic material doesn't break down properly when it's buried. And then they talked about the green waste recycling process and how the material is transformed and can be used for things in parks and in gardens. By the end of the conversation, he could see that the green bin is more than just about the bin and what's in it. It's a symbol also of participation in diverting waste from landfill, even only if he uses his bin occasionally. He is contributing to something bigger. He actually left feeling quite excited, and 20 minutes later he returned with a block of chocolate and gently placed it down for the staff to have later. That moment was a key reminder that communication and education are at the heart of everything that we're doing and will be key factors in the success of the program. This is the biggest change in Brisbane's waste services since the introduction of recycling in 1993. And from the 4th of August, we commenced rolling out those over 155,000 green bins to single dwellings across the city. And the citywide rollout is expected to divert between 65,000 and 80,000 tonnes of green waste from landfill every year. That's a significant environmental win, not to mention that every tonne of green waste that is diverted from landfill reduces our exposure to the former Labor government's bin tax. Our communication strategy has been comprehensive and multi-layered. We've launched a dedicated website with FAQs, opt-out forms and suburb-specific delivery schedules. The Brisbane Bin and Recycling app has been updated with new content and push notifications aligned to the rollout schedule. Our contact centre is equipped with the knowledge and articles and messaging to support residents with their questions. And we've also delivered targeted print campaigns and community engagement has been central.
Sorry, Councillor Davis, that now ends question time. Lord Mayor's Establishment and Coordination Committee report of the 18th of August 2025.
Madam Chair, I move the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday, 18th of August 2025 be adopted.
Seconded.
Has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday, 18th of August 2025 be adopted. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Before I go on, obviously earlier, thank you to Councillor Collier for correcting the record. In fact, I wasn't referring to anyone's stepmother. Anyone's mother-in-law. I was referring to their stepmother or former stepmother, a well-known fact that's out there. So, and Councillor Collier would have been well aware of that, of course. I'm not aware of any other relatives that Councillor Collier has in politics that have seats. There's only one, and so it was very clear who I was referring to. But thank you to Councillor Collier for pointing that out that I said.
No apology.
Councillor Cassidy, I caution you again, and you are not to, if you have something to say it in GB. The Lord Mayor is speaking. And it's clearly made an apology and is referring to what Councillor Collier said. If you stop talking and listen, you will hear that.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Griffiths.
I didn't hear the Lord Mayor make an apology, but if he is, I
because
would
you
ask
probably
him
weren't
to do so
listening.
directly.
I don't uphold your point of order. I suggest you listen, Lord Mayor.
No, I had no intention of apologising. I was simply correcting the record. It was very clear what I was referring to, and they can play games if they want.
Point of order.
But I was simply correcting the record.
Cassidy.
Will you withdraw what you just said, that the Lord Mayor clearly apologised? Because it's clearly not true.
Okay, I will withdraw that, and I'll say that the Lord Mayor was setting the record straight.
Point of order.
Councillor. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the suspension of standing orders to enable me to move an urgency motion calling on the Lord Mayor to apologise to Councillor Lucy Collier for offending her regarding her family.
Seconded.
Councillor Johnston has moved to suspend standing orders and seconded by Councillor Cassidy. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The noes has it.
Division.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Division.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 16 against.
That is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, we're still waiting for Councillor Cassidy's apology for calling female LNP councillors dogs.
Yeah, that's right.
And Councillor Griffiths' apology for calling female LNP councillors grubs. When are we going to get those apologies? Pot, kettle, black.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Councillors.
And we're
Point of
still
order,
waiting
Councillor
for
Johnston.
Councillor Adams'
I'm calling you
apology.
now, Councillor Johnston. Point of order. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
And we're still waiting for Councillor Adams to apologise to Councillor Cassidy for calling him a groin rub repeatedly.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
That is not a point of order. I do not uphold that point
This
of
probably
order.
isn't either. That's
Councillor
untrue. I
Adams.
apologise many times, and that's in Hansard.
Okay. I don't uphold your points of order. Lord Mayor.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, I'm happy to apologise for calling anyone grubs in this chamber. So put that on the record. Anyone? It wasn't directed at the women in particular. It was directed at all Liberal councillors. Probably what I should have
Again,
said
councillor,
is,
it is not a point of order. Could you? It is not a point of order. Councillor
Point of order.
Cassidy.
I asked the Lord Mayor to withdraw what he said. There is no protection in this place, and I have never done what the Lord Mayor said, and this opens the Lord Mayor up to legal ramifications.
Again, not a point of order, but if you have any misreps, you can certainly say that, or you can address any of your concerns in general business. Now, getting on with ENC, Councillor...
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chairman, under the meeting's local law, you are responsible for making a ruling about whether a matter should be withdrawn and whether a matter is defamatory. So is there some reason that you are not addressing an outcome for Councillor Cassidy's point of order?
I don't uphold your point of order, Councillor Johnston. Lord Mayor.
Thank you.
Point of
Councillor
order, Madam
Cassidy's
Chair.
memory is a little bit dim here because
One
he put
moment,
it in
please.
writing.
Yep,
He
one
actually
moment.
put it in
Lord Mayor.
writing.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
I move dissent in your ruling, given you have failed to make a ruling at all.
Seconded.
Dissent in my ruling by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Cassidy. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The noes have it. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. So moving on. Last night, the Story Bridge was lit in red, white and orange to celebrate the Brisbane Fashion Festival, which has its 20th year this year, a great milestone for an iconic Brisbane event. Our remaining assets, including the Story Bridge, Victoria Bridge, Kangaroo Point Bridge and Redcliffe Place, were lit in blue, yellow, green, white and black for the Australian South Sea Islander Day of Recognition, marking the day that the federal government formally recognised Australian South Sea Islanders as a distinct cultural group. The next light up will be on Friday, where we'll be lighting up the assets in purple for Wear It Purple Day. That's something we've been proud to support for many years, and we continue to support that initiative, including internally with our fantastic River City Pride group as well. On Saturday, City Hall will be lit in purple to support the Royal Brisbane and Women's Hospital Foundation Gala Ball, marking 40 years of the RBWH Foundation and their great work to support life-saving medical research. And something we've also been proud to support through the Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust. On Sunday, the assets will be lit in purple again for International Overdose Awareness Day, shining a light on the impacts of drug-related harm on individuals, families and communities. On Friday, had the pleasure of being part of the Endorse conference and also the People's Festival that was organised by the Indonesian Students Group in King George Square. It was a wonderful event that went on into the night, and got to sample a few of the Indonesian food delicacies, including a milkshake that was made with durian. And so I don't mind that. Some people don't like it, but I don't mind it, and it was delicious. Also some great Indonesian-grown coffee that was being sold here in Brisbane. Fantastic. So thank you to the Indonesian Students Association. Also thank you to the organisers of the Indoors Conference, and particularly David Wijaya, who's on our Multicultural Roundtable, for their efforts with that event. I also wanted to mention the presentation of the keys to the city and the naming of a Brisbane Metro bus for the Sister Angela Mary 100th birthday, and thank you to those councillors who attended that event. I know there was a lot happening, but it was a wonderful tribute for an impactful life, and the awarding of the keys to the city now to Sister Angela Mary makes her the 59th recipient of the keys to the city in the entire 100-year history of this council and the awarding of keys to the city. And it was wonderful to see 700 of Sister Angela Mary's closest friends at City Hall for the celebration, including a number of people from all sides of politics. We had the Speaker of the House who was there, Honourable Milton Dick, former councillor, and we are proud of Milton. We had former Premier Anna Bligh there as well. Now, which councillors were there? Yeah? Yeah, okay. Councillor Wang, Councillor Givney was there. We had, who else was there? Councillor Wines was there. Councillor Kim was there as well. Anyone else? Were you there? Yeah? Okay. So, yeah, thank you to everyone for supporting that event, and thank you to the Mater Foundation as well for bringing it all together. That event would not have been possible without the Mater Foundation and the great work that they do. This coming Sunday is Sri Lanka Day, and also the day for the Sri Lankan Festival at the Rocks Riverside Park. I want to thank the organisers of that event as well. It's always a great one. It brings a lot of people into the Jamboree Ward to experience that great cultural festival, and it's another great event that's being held in that part of Brisbane, and one that we are proud to support. Moving on to the items in front of us. Item B is the significant contracting plan. Hang on a minute. I've got my items in the wrong order here. So item A is the annual operational plan and quarterly financial report for the period ending June 2025. This report covers the financial year just gone, and importantly, our performance against the budget that was handed down in June 2024. Now, we made a really important commitment in the lead up to the last election, and that we would do everything possible to keep costs down, and that included reducing our spending, and we did do that. We reduced our spending as we committed by at least 400 million, but what we didn't do was reduce our spending by 800 million, like some people are claiming. That was not the case at all. So, 400 million was a 10% reduction in spending overall, and we were able to achieve that saving, and that has helped us deliver, once again, the lowest rates in South East Queensland and relieve those cost pressures on the people of Brisbane. In the last financial year, we continued to grapple with cost pressures on core inputs. We had an example just through the chamber in recent times with sand. The cost of something simple like sand is up significantly, and that is not the only thing that's up, whether it's steel, bitumen, concrete, whether it's the price of copper, and the cost of replacing copper wiring in all of the streetlights and bikeways that keeps getting stolen. That is up as well. And so that's a challenge that we have both at the state level and across other councils as well, right across the state. Sadly, the high price of copper has led to an increase in copper theft, and that's also affecting community clubs as well. But I digress. The simple point is that so many of the inputs and materials, so many of the things that we do have experienced cost pressures. And while some people can say, well, inflation's now under control and it's all over, the costs haven't come back down again. Like, the costs are still increasing. It's just not increasing by as fast as it was in the last couple of years, but they're still increasing. Costs are not going down. We're not experiencing deflation. And so the reality is we've had massive cost escalation, and now that's the new level at which things are. And so just because inflation is down doesn't magically mean that the price of things go down, of the things that we use to build things and the services that we need. They're still up there at that high level. The reason why inflation was allowed to get out of control was massive irresponsible spending by particularly the federal government and programs which fuelled inflation, and we all paid a price for that, and that was one of the things that has caused pressure for both state governments and for councils as well. And once again, we're not the only council experiencing that. We've seen in recent times other councils around us putting up rates significantly higher than what we're talking about here. They were already charging more, and now they're charging even more and have increased their rates by even more. And that just goes to show that whatever political spin Labor might want to put on this, and their spin is very tired and out of date and repetitive, every council is facing massive cost pressures. Every council is having to reduce their spending. And so as much as Labor wants to portray it as, oh, this is LNP.
Lord Mayor, your time has
Move for an
expired.
extension, Madam Chair.
Second.
It's been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Dixon for an extension. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. As much as Labor councillors and Councillor Cassidy wants to portray this as an LNP situation, they're experiencing the same situation in a Labor council like Logan that has a proudly Labor Lord Mayor or Mayor. They are experiencing those cost pressures. They are reducing their spending. They are upfront about doing those things, and that's because it's the responsible thing to do. Yet what we see here is pure politicking from Labor every time. We see false claims being made. So, you know, it's not enough to go and say, oh, the LNP reduced spending by 10% or 400 million. They actually just had to make it up and double it. You know, they can't even stick to the actual facts, because we would confirm that and say, yes, we did actually reduce spending by 10% or 400 million. Yes, that's correct. But no, they have to absolutely make it up and overcook it, so much so that they sadly have zero credibility on virtually everything they say about the budget. When it comes to the goods and services that we buy, whether it's labour or materials, none of them are getting cheaper. They're all getting more expensive, and that still continues to happen. Now, as the RBA, or the Reserve Bank of Australia, knows, excessive government spending is one of the key factors that has kept inflation higher for longer, and that's why we worked hard to reduce spending at the right time. Now, we don't control national inflation, and I don't think what the Brisbane City Council does has an impact on national inflation, but certainly what other levels of government do when it comes to spending does have an impact. But having said that, even while reducing our expenditure, if you think about the things that were delivered in the past 12 months, fantastic game-changing projects. The Kangaroo Point Bridge, which was opened on the 16th of December last year during this past 12-month period, and has exceeded all expectations when it comes to patronage. The Moggle Road corridor upgrade completed, and after many years of construction, but providing a great safety benefit in the Western Corridor there. The Turn Up and Go Brisbane Metro, our fantastic bus rapid transit project, one of the most innovative and class-leading bus rapid transit schemes in the world, and one that is now being looked at around the world, is something that we should be proud of, and has already carried more than 3 million trips. And so, yeah, that's right. It's exciting, Councillor Toomey. It is very exciting. The report also confirms that our operating expenses are lower than revenue, resulting in a surprise, 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 a surplus. That shouldn't be a surprise, because that's what we consistently deliver. But we're the only level of government that has managed to do that consistently, and we've searched high and low, and we can't find anyone else. We cannot find any large-scale or comparable, whether it's a state government, maybe like Tasmania, or the ACT, or Northern Territory, or even a larger state government or a federal government that has consistently delivered balanced budgets with surpluses. It just, nowhere else has it happened. And so that's also something that we should be proud of. Net debt is down from the 3.7 billion forecast in June to 3.61 billion, and it's on track to reduce even further to 2.9 billion by 28-29, which is a 20% reduction over the forward years. And once again, you will struggle to find any other comparable government anywhere in Australia that has got a pathway to reducing debt. Everyone else has a pathway to increasing debt, and some particular governments massively increase debt. They've got their pathway forward is a massive increase in debt, and so it's really quite unique what we've been able to achieve by financial restraint and responsibility. But as I keep saying, we do it because it's not our money, it's ratepayers' money. It's not our money, it's the people of Brisbane's money. And that's why we have an obligation to manage it responsibly. The alternative, and whatever we might hear them say today, which will be predictable, which will be overcooked, which will be overstated and will be inaccurate, is coming from a team, a coalition of chaos that promised $3.5 billion in uncosted policies at the last election. And so what they would have done if they had been successful is there would be higher rates, there would be higher debt, and everyone would be made to pay, not only in the short term, but also in the long term for their profligacy. And so we've been very clear that our approach was the opposite to that. I would simply say that this particular report confirms exactly what we've been saying, which was we have responsible financial management at the core of what we do, and we do that because it's not our money, and we do that to keep rates and costs down for residents. And this particular report confirms that that approach is working, and it's delivered the only outcome that we're aware of a government with not only an ongoing surplus, but reducing debt and low rates as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on both of these items today. And I might actually start with Clause B and then come back to Clause A at the end. So the Clause B is the contracting plan for expert advice on planning and environment court matters. The current contract is expiring. Next one is for up to 10 years. Council requires consultancy services to provide expert advice on planning environment court matters. Currently 63 experts listed on Council's register who may be engaged for these services. So Council seeks independent experts to provide advice, participate in without prejudice meetings to seek resolution on the matter. They certainly don't attend developer meetings with Councillor Allen, because there would be minutes taken if one of these legal experts attended those meetings, but he does them without them, of course. Participate in mediation and provide advice to council officers in these meetings. At least they get a meeting, actually, now I think about it. Paul Motorcycle Club doesn't get a meeting with him at all. They also do a whole range of other things, including prepare reports and whatnot. A key example of the use of these services, of course, is the Beckett Road development. Residents still concerned it'll turn into a survey, takeaway outlets and childcare centres, and we know this could have been prevented if BCC had used bushland acquisition money to buy this koala habitat. We'll talk a bit more about that in the budget papers, because a little preview for those, there's been an underspend in the bushland acquisition project for the last 12 months. This panel of legal experts is important, and we do support an independent process when it comes to making development decisions, and certainly stress that should be the point. It is interesting to note that there are, well, last count, probably more now, but there were over 50 solicitors and lawyers working in the city legal practice, so a very large legal practice that only exclusively briefs out, doesn't sort of do action, doesn't do court action themselves. They brief out to this panel of people. So the way in which the LNP regime have set up city legal practice to operate and ultimately to be at the direction of the LNP through those delegations through the Lord Mayor. This is the system in which we have now, and we certainly would call for that to be a strongly independent process. Could I ask that item B and A be taken seriatim? Thanks, Chair, before I move on to item A to talk about that. So the Lord Mayor just spent, I think, all of his time, mostly, he didn't talk much about lighting assets this week, compared to talking about us on this side of the chamber. And the Lord Mayor spoke a lot about the Labor Party, a political party, spoke a lot about individual councillors over here, tried to predict things that we would say. Is a little bit obsessed about what we say on this side of the chamber, rather than focusing on what he and his team are doing for the future of Brisbane. We didn't hear about in wrapping up the last budget, of which this document is, how this contributes to the Lord Mayor's vision for a better Brisbane. We didn't hear any of that in the diatribe we just got from the Lord Mayor. All defensive, running around and round and round and round in circles. I'll take that interjection from Councillor Strunk. A very interesting speech. And this is the report card, and I get why he's so defensive about it. This is his sort of final report card on the last financial year's budget. And we knew how dire the state of the budget the previous year was, as the Lord Mayor announced just some weeks after he handed it down, he needed to cut $400 million from that one. Perhaps he's a bit confused, because the Lord Mayor kept referring to being up front and needing to make $400 million worth of cuts. That was in the 23-24 financial year. And now he's said he's just trying to say in the 24-25 financial year, that just carried over. Now, not the same $400 million in cuts, it's an additional $400 million in cuts each and every financial year of the announced budget that the Lord Mayor announced. And this is his form now, Chair. He announces a budget with great fanfare, gets the media in a lock-up in a room and says, here's what the budget is, claims it's $4 billion. Then 6 or 7 weeks later announces $400 million worth of cuts overall, amends the budget, and then underspends and cuts through successive reviews to the budget, to the point where we get to the final review of the progress report and quarterly financial statements, and all of that shoved into the next financial year, the year that we are currently in here today. So the report before us today, it's very straightforward and very illuminating. It proves what the people of Brisbane have been feeling for a very long time, Chair, that they're paying more and getting less from this LNP council. And the residents and ratepayers of Brisbane are the ones bearing the brunt of this LNP council's neglect and recklessness. Now, context for those who are following along, this report doesn't need to be audited, of course. So something to think about when the LNP Council charges you more and gives you less in delivering services. Just because something is allowed to happen doesn't make it right, and we ought to do better by ratepayers. And this is the work today, this debate here is an important one for us to have. This is the work of council and councillors. Now, Councillor Wines during question time said that being in here and debating things and voting on things is the one thing you can do as a councillor. That was his quote. Then the Lord Mayor went on to say he doesn't think participating in debates and votes in the council chamber is important work, and he'd rather go and do other things. So really quite an incredible contrast there just in the Lord Mayor's own team we've heard today. The capital expenditure in this budget, well, the 24-25 budget, before us today in the report says it's down. Spending is down in that budget year by $103 million. There's $103 million underspent on the capital budget. Yet, if you look around Brisbane, our city is crying out for investment. Playgrounds with shade, sales that are still down after Cyclone Alfred, a lack of buses servicing the suburbs of Brisbane, massive potholes, poor drainage, and of course the iconic Story Bridge crumbling into our river. Yet the Lord Mayor glosses over this and glosses over this reality with his magazines like the State of the City report and sweeps that neglect under the carpet. And residents see straight through it though. They see right through it. You don't have to look too far through this report to know that as well. Capital expenses underspent by $103 million, I said. That's not extra money we say, not extra money that should have been spent. That's a commitment the Lord Mayor made to the people of Brisbane himself and broke. An LNP broken promise is confirmed here, and that's just the first that we will go through here today, Chair. And it does say in there's a footnote, of course, and footnotes are important to read. This is partly offset by early receipt of the Australian Government financial assistance grant. So thanks very much to Albo and the Federal Labor Government for helping council stay afloat and offsetting what would have been a much bigger underspend in the capital budget. Now, the best part about the Lord Mayor trying to boast about how fantastic he is, of course, is getting to see the people of Brisbane call him out on just how things really are each and every week. So here, let's just take a look at what they've had to say just in the last week in response to things that the Lord Mayor has said. And I quote, "Giant housing issues that are quickly forcing people born here to go elsewhere." Another, "Make no mistake as you try to force homeless people from parks into regional areas. You're a failure when it comes to quality of life for all Brisbane people." Another, yet council can't ensure that bike paths and parks are clear of fallen green waste after a tropical storm. And another, yes, Brisbane is a fabulous city, but our open spaces such as Victoria Park and Mount Cootha are not development sites. And the last one, you're delusional, Adrian. I like that one. But again today, as this LNP mayor spruiks another report and says there's nothing to see here, because that's what he just did, there's a lot to see here, Chair, a lot to see here. When you look at the capital budget and take out Moggle Road, Bridges for Brisbane and Brisbane Metro, almost entirely complete now, which are taking out of that capital budget of just over $800 million, $375 million collectively, 3 projects taking out of the total $820 million budget, $375 million. You'd expect now that they're done that you'd see a great amount of money for the suburbs which have been neglected, but there isn't. There isn't. Every other project funded in the last budget only totals $444 million in terms of infrastructure spend. So that's barely 10% of the claimed council budget that the Lord Mayor stands up in June and says he is delivering. Is it a mistruth? Is it? Lord Mayor gets up and says the budget this year is over $4 billion and that's what you're going to see spent out in the suburbs of Brisbane. Well, the reality is, Chair, if you take out the Brisbane Metro infrastructure spend, the bridges for Brisbane, which were already complete, and the Moggle Road project, which is hideously over budget, there's just 10% of that announced budget being spent out in the suburbs of Brisbane. Shame. And then when you look at that, you think, OK, well, where's all the rest of the money being spent? And you
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Collier.
I move for an extension.
Seconded.
It's been moved for an extension by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Kim. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. So you then look through the items that are here in the papers before us, page 9 for Councillor Cunningham, and she's following along there, and you realise there's this huge amount of depreciation claimed as an expense again, of course, in this budget, padding things out. $500 million, $500 million, which is more than all of the infrastructure spend in the suburbs of Brisbane, bar those 3 projects I mentioned. So this LNP regime is spending more money again in last year's budget on depreciating ageing assets that are no longer fit for purpose for the people of Brisbane than they are spending on investing in new ones. So they're writing off assets, making it look like they're spending on the city, and it is a sham. A sham. Expenses are above budget as well in the item before us here today due to costs associated with giving away the $1.55 billion Metro project to the state government. So those expenses, so when you take that out of the normal depreciation and amortisation and standard write-offs of drains and roads and bridges and things like that, there's a special write-off as well, giving away our electric bus system 10 years in the making, but 1 week in the operation. For nothing. For nothing. What a great deal the Lord Mayor did with the state government, hey? I mean, God help us. Another example here, Chair. Employee costs are higher due to lower capitalised expenditure. Employee costs are higher due to lower capitalised expenditure. So in the LNP's world, in their special world and in their heads, Brisbane pays more for labour costs because council is cutting projects to literally build Brisbane. I certainly hope Councillor Cunningham will be able to mop that one up. We see $80 million less from developers this financial year than last as well. So here's a fact, Chair. The LNP take in more from the people of Brisbane through fees and charges to live, work and play in Brisbane than they do from private property developers. Classic LNP play, that one. And get this, the LNP is spending $400 million on city governance. So the pay and perks of political office, that's more than the Transport for Brisbane program and more than the city's sustainability program and the essential community services program combined. No. Combined. More is being spent on city governance. Sounds good, doesn't it? On city governance. People might read that as a single line item and think that we're getting good governance for that $400 million. Sadly, that is not true. So we have a city with the worst congestion in Australia, a growing population that is facing the effects of climate change head-on, and an LNP regime with the wrong priorities that is out of touch and has no plan. There's $87.5 million increase from rates and utility charges into council coffers than expected, higher than expected revenue in, plus another $14 million from fees and charges as well, Chair. But interest revenue is down due to rate cuts. A good segue to think about finance costs under expenses. There's a $14 million increase in finance costs. So this council's stubbornly high debt is costing people, not just through cuts in projects, but through increased interest payments as well. A $4 million blowout on other expenses. Maybe that's the overseas travel for the Lord Mayor. Might be the Qantas Club memberships. We don't know. It's just called other expenses in there. When it comes to $4 million, you're
joking.
A $4 million blowout. I'm not just talking about $4 million in other expenses. A $4 million blowout on secret hidden other expenses. What? Now, when it comes to capital expenditure, we can see cuts worth hundreds of millions of dollars, of course, and the spend on budgets is way under each and every year. And what is the LNP's reasoning? Well, they say that, and this is a quote, council's capital expenditure is below budget for the year, mainly due to lower than anticipated expenditure in the infrastructure for Brisbane, sustainable city and transport for Brisbane program. So there you go, Chair. The mask is off. They have no problem saying that they're not making the investments that are needed when they put it in a document like this. I don't like to say it out loud, of course, but it's there. Now, when you look at the materials and services budget, and Councillor Cunningham was a bit confused about this earlier, it ended on, Chair, $1.047 billion in the papers that are before us today, page 9, for those following along. In the budget that the Lord Mayor handed down in June last year, the 2024-2025 budget, that said materials and services spend would be $1.899 billion. So where's the $800 million gone? It's not being spent separately in the infrastructure budget. That's not on top of the materials and services. The materials and services budget the Lord Mayor proposed to spend the basics here in Brisbane, what we need, all of the pipes for drainage, all of the asphalt for roads and the concrete for footpaths and so on, is $800 million lower at the end of this financial year than it was proposed by the Lord Mayor at the start of this financial year. So these are what the LNP call sensible savings that they're paying forward to ratepayers. So of course the financial burden, given they've cut all this money, the Lord Mayor claims it's just $400 million. The facts before us today suggest it's $800 million. So the Lord Mayor said all of this money's been cut out of the council budget. Is he reducing the burden on the ratepayers and residents of Brisbane? No. No, in fact, what they're getting, Chair, is rates at record levels, plus new and interesting ways of fees and charges being squeezed out of everyday people. You really don't get what you pay for in Brisbane. If you want to live, work or play here, you are paying more and getting less, Chair. So with more taken from the people of Brisbane and less spent on the suburbs that are bursting at the seams, at least we'd have enough cash, right? At least we would have enough cash. Wrong. We don't. If we had to pay our bills with the cash on hand that council has and not relying on financial grants, we'd barely last 5 months. This 100-year-old council for the City of Brisbane only has enough cash to be solvent for a few months. Finally, our financial position, our non-current liabilities, including payables, are up by $3 million. Sounds reasonable. Other financial liabilities are up by $340 million. Other financial liabilities are up by $340 million. So now more than ever, we need to end the waste, get our house in order and invest in actually what matters for the people of Brisbane. If we take a closer look at transport, Chair, we see a clear picture of project mismanagement, delay after delay, timeline blowouts on core projects. For example, a lower than anticipated spend on Metro due to, again, more project delays. So anyone who tries to catch a Metro on the weekends, of course, at the moment, knows they're still finishing the tunnel. You're not catching a Metro, you're catching a replacement Metro, a bus that's replacing a bus. And for everyone else in the suburbs waiting on their feeder services to connect to the trunk service, you'll be waiting longer because of these delays from the LNP regime. It says it right here in the document, Chair. Lower capitalised expenses due to reallocation of funds to expenses of Brisbane Metro, the great write-off. The great write-off. And this is on the back of the rollout of the Brisbane new bus network on June 30, which we know hasn't hit the mark. Suburban bus improvements are taking the back seat to keep the Brisbane Metro operating, really just limping through at the moment, and the project's not even done yet. So we've given away the infrastructure to the state, but we must sacrifice more money for projects to cover the cost of that one. Really incredible stuff. When you go on, lower than anticipated spend on providing bus and metro services and maintenance. So if you're wondering why your bus didn't show up this morning, or if Joan's wondering why all those cuts out in Holland Park have been happening, it's here because the LNP are spending less on bus services. Much more room for improvement for the customer experience, though. If recent experiences on suburban buses are anything to go by, it may very well get worse. And suburban buses, if they turn up on time, or if they turn up at all at the moment, are often packed like sardine tins during peak hour. It's going to be lovely this summer. Let's talk about ferries and bridges. Lower than anticipated spend in providing ferry services and the maintenance strategy relating to ferry services and maintenance activities. Who remembers when passengers needed to disembark a City Cat because it was sinking? Sinking beneath them, they had to scramble off a City Cat. And under this LNP, in the wake of that, the LNP decided it was a good idea to spend less on City Cat maintenance. You can't make this stuff up. It's just incredible. It's absolutely incredible. But moving on to infrastructure, Chair, this is an important one at the moment. More delays and more projects pushed from the year we're debating, the year that has just finished, into the current financial year. So when the Lord Mayor gets up and says that he only cut $400 million, according to him, in last financial year, the one we're debating now, he doesn't talk about all the projects that he delayed and pushed into the current financial year.
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Collier.
I move for an extension. Seconded.
It's been moved for an extension by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Kim. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. The headline fact here in the infrastructure program is capital expenses. Money for new infrastructure has taken a hit due to the budget blowout on operational expenses. It doesn't help that we're also short by $40 million in revenue either. And the reasoning behind this, apparently, a reallocation from capital expenditure to expenses in the delivering drainage network strategy, mainly relating to the stormwater infrastructure and drainage design. The translation of that is projects have been pushed into the never, never now. This sounds familiar, doesn't it, Councillor Strunk? Keep saying you're committing money for design, but never actually commit to building anything down the road. Another explanation below. Lower than anticipated expenditure in the delivering drainage network strategy, mainly relating to the voluntary home buyback scheme, drainage construction and resilience, and stormwater infrastructure projects. This council, this LNP council, is not seriously taking their responsibility to do what it takes to make Brisbane climate resilient. We see more cuts when we look at delivering drainage networks. If we look back to last year's budget papers, before they were amended to reflect what we see here today, the proposed spend for drainage network was almost $57 million, which is down on previous levels anyway. But we see here today, after these were amended, that the LNP Council only managed to spend $39.9 million. And that's including expenses. That's including depreciation and writing off old assets. So instead of spending the $57 million the Lord Mayor promised on new drainage. He actually just spent $39.9 million, including what we know from experience is probably tens of millions of dollars in expenditure just writing off old assets. If you fast forward to this year's budget, we saw another cut to drainage. Why won't this LNP council focus on the basics here in Brisbane? For a city that's on the front lines of climate change and suburban growth, this goes to show residents are paying more and getting less again. Now, you spent less on the materials and services budget, and here it makes sense why. This council never planned more drainage for the suburbs. I was interested to see an item in the report for the Story Bridge in infrastructure. And I thought, oh, here we go. We'll finally get some answers, because they have been blocking us at every step of the way. But Chair, I could not believe my eyes when I realised the spend was for maintenance on the maintenance equipment, not on the bridge itself. Can you believe that? Story Bridge gantry rail connection replacements and roller bearing rehabilitation works, doing maintenance on the maintenance equipment but stopping short of maintaining the actual bridge. This is the quarter as well, the final quarter of the financial year, where you had to publicly admit that the Story Bridge was falling down. You knew it before then, you had to publicly admit it in this quarter, and we see you spent nothing on maintenance on the Story Bridge. So in terms of other works, not much here. Congestion busting road projects was moving some slow for Sam signs around in this quarter, and that was it. And delaying and pushing out other projects into other financial years. And on Sustainable City, Chair, Victoria Park project, a massive reallocation from capital expenditure to expenses, of course, because the big grand master plan to create the lungs of the city and save Brisbane's green space has come to a crashing halt. The press releases and the mock-up videos still feel like they were released just yesterday. And what happened to that swathe of new planning and planting for play amenities? The whole project has been cancelled. And the question looms, what's happening to the $100 million or so that was allocated to that project? Speaking of playgrounds, look at the underspend in the bushland acquisition program. That money did not get spent and apparently is going into playgrounds. If we look at that there, this is not what this levy is for. That's not what this levy is for, Chair. On others, completed the Sunsafe suburban playground project, apparently completed it by installing 35 shade sails and planting more than 85 shade trees. But we do know, however, that that project is stopping short. We know that project is stopping short. There will be playgrounds that were promised to have shade over them that now are no longer going to have shade on them. And the question still remains, how many park shade sails are still down after ex-tropical cyclone Alfred? Here's one. Councillor Strunk's got a few. Here's one in Councillor Allen's ward, Alex McPherson Park. Councillor Allen, if you'll just look this way and inspect this photo, I'm sure you haven't seen it for yourself, through you, Chair. 24 weeks after the cyclone. 24 weeks. What are you doing? What are you doing? You've got to head out there. You've got to get back in your ward and have a look what's going on. That's the thing with this LNP regime, of course, Chair. Cut corners today, get someone else to foot the bill tomorrow. There's so much to go through. I won't go further than those three program areas. But I'll end with this, Chair. In almost every single program area, capital expenses are taking a hit to cover for operational costs this council has let run away from them. Meanwhile, revenue is up from residents and ratepayers, and we see them paying through the nose to live, work and play here in Brisbane. But revenue is down from developers, meaning that this council has failed to create an environment to get projects built that will house and employ people. Again and again, we see the wrong priorities from this Lord Mayor and his team, and Brisbane residents are making it loud and clear. This regime is out of touch and increasingly out of time. It's past time for a change from this stale old LNP council. And to that end, Chair, I'd like to move the following amendment. I move that the following amendment be made to the resolution before us today. After be noted, at the end of the resolution, insert 2, open brackets, I, close brackets, that Council notes this LNP administration's failure to deliver for the suburbs of Brisbane.
Seconded.
So the new resolution would read as 1 sections 1962 and 3 of the City of Brisbane Regulation 2012, the regulation, require that the Chief Executive Officer, CEO, present financial reports to Council at least quarterly. 2, Section 166(3) of the regulation states that the CEO must present a written assessment of Council's progress towards implementing the annual operational plan to Council at regular intervals of not more than 3 months. Then, 1, Council directs that the annual operational plan progress and quarterly financial report for the year ended June 2025 as set out in attachment B submitted on file be noted. And now 2, that Council notes this LNP administration's failure to deliver for the suburbs of Brisbane. Thanks very much. I've copies here. Yeah, was.
Seconded.
So has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Kim for the following amendment to be made. That after be noted, insert that Council notes this LNP administration's failure to deliver for the suburbs of Brisbane. And Council should have a copy of that. It goes into great detail. So all those in favour, oh no, sorry, we'll go to the debate. Sorry. Thank you, councillors. Settle down. So I'll now call on, I'm just waiting for everyone to have a copy, councillor. Because it is quite lengthy, so. Okay, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. Over many years, we on this side of the chamber have been speaking out against this LNP Council's neglect of the suburbs of Brisbane, but over recent months we have observed that even Brisbane's most iconic asset that bridges our river, the Story Bridge, is not immune from this LNP Council's neglect of Brisbane. In fact, it is a massive telling symbol of what's happening to Brisbane under the leadership of the LNP's team Schrinner. This council has been led by the LNP for 21 years now. And what residents in the suburbs of Brisbane are asking themselves is, am I as hopeful about the future of Brisbane as I was 21 years ago? And unfortunately for many, the answer is a resounding no. Many people who were born and raised in Brisbane now looking to rent or buy their first home are looking outside of Brisbane because the houses they can afford and the community services to support them are just not here anymore. Last year, this council identified that they could unlock 400 new homes through their plan to crack down on short-term accommodation, just about the only proactive thing they announced last year when it comes to housing, and since then they've done absolutely nothing. And in fact, none of those properties have been added back to the rental market. The key housing strategies of this LNP Council are now years out of date and have amounted to no action on housing, and that's been confirmed for the second week in a row by the Chair of the City Planning Committee, Councillor Allen, in the committee this morning. Of course, the Brisbane we've known and loved is still the best city in the world, but that's all at risk because of this city's leadership. Walk around many streets in Brisbane and you'll find old broken footpaths, many which lead to nowhere, many which actually don't exist in streets. You'll find overgrown trees that pose a risk to the public and to property, or you will find streets that don't have any tree canopy at all because council is not on track to meet their tree canopy target. Or you'll find a bus stop that no longer has any buses coming because of LNP cuts. 24 weeks after ex-tropical cyclone Alfred, you will still find tree branches smashed through fences, blocking up creeks, and shade sails still drooping over playgrounds. The LNP's excuse, of course, they say they don't have the financial capacity to fix it and are waiting for a federal government grant. But they do have plenty of money for globe-trotting in business class.
Councillor Cassidy, your time.
No, it hasn't.
Oh, one moment, my time is different. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Cassidy.
But they do have plenty of money for globe-trotting in business class, to send out millions of junk mail flyers and to buy advertising on the vulgar and divisive Jackie Kyle and Jackie O show, and of course plenty of money for LNP catered lunches, as we found out as well. And when they're not doing that, of course, they're busy fighting court cases and giving out compensation, whether it's to people trying to access their personal information or discriminating against groups. Residents have had a gutful, Chair. The population of the city is growing, more people are paying rates, fees and charges, and the amounts that they're paying are growing too. But despite more people paying more, they're getting less from this tired old LNP council. There are less staff to do the big jobs on time, less materials to repair infrastructure and build new community assets, and less buses to service the suburbs. So when you drive past the same pothole or walk past the same rubbish dumped on a footpath or in a creek, or a shade sail still down over a suburban playground, or a blocked drain, or a vacant block of land that could be housing, just know it's because of a deliberate political decision of Adrian Schrinner and his LNP council. It's because of his decision to put the perks of political office and his marketing budget ahead of the suburbs and services where people work, live and play. Chair, Brisbane is a great city, but we need political leadership with the vision to turn the challenges we face into opportunities, to get more homes built sooner and to bust congestion, to take the community with them on the journey, not leave people to fend for themselves. We are not getting that from Brisbane City Council under the LNP. It's time for a change of council to build a future in Brisbane that people can actually look forward to.
Are there any further speakers? Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, that was a lovely fairy tale from Councillor Cassidy. He's auditioning for something. I don't know what it is. Maybe it is that if he just repeats a whole lot of lies and mistruths again and again and again.
Yes,
Point of
please,
order.
thank you. One moment, please. Lord Mayor, could you please refrain from using the word
yeah,
lie?
so, okay.
Mistruths
So you
is
don't like the
acceptable.
use
Thank
of
you.
lies?
One moment. I'm speaking, councillor. As I've stated before, we're not going to use the word lie, so Lord Mayor, can you withdraw that?
Okay, let me withdraw and rephrase.
Thank you.
Maybe if you misrepresent the truth.
Sorry, Lord Mayor.
So blatantly.
One moment. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
In fact, Madam Chairman, what you have said is we can use the word lies, but we cannot call someone a liar or lying. So, Madam Chairman, that was your direction last year. That is the direction that has been in place. And are you changing that direction today?
First of all, councillor, that is not a point of order, but I am going to read to you, as I keep in my folder, the times that I do say things. One of them, I said, the request to not use liar or lies was a ruling by a former chair and is not in the meeting's local law. However, on reflection, I'm willing to continue this ruling, and going forward, that all councillors refrain from calling councillors liars or claiming that they have made lies. And on another occasion, thank you, Councillor Johnston. I also wish to address the use of the word lie during debate in this place. And I have now had time to consider the ruling of previous Chair of Council that this word, in any form, is not to be used. And I advise the Chamber that this too will be my view going forward. So I've stated it clearly on many occasions, and I state it again, which is why I pulled up the Lord Mayor, and he has withdrawn it.
So
Lord Mayor.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
I'm aware of the ruling that you referred to, but after that ruling, you made the ruling that Councillor Krista Adams, who was then the Deputy Mayor, was entitled to use the word lies, and you specifically ruled, a ruling that applies to everybody, that you cannot call someone a liar or say they are lying, which is consistent with the ruling you just mentioned there before. But instead, you have, since that time, changed that ruling for some councillors and not others. Now, Madam Chairman, why is it that you are allowing some councillors to use this word but not others? And why is it that you have ruled it is okay for LNP councillors to use it that is inconsistent with what you've just stated today?
Let me be clear, Councillor Johnston, and all councillors. Thank you, Councillor. And I do caution you again. And I will say it very clearly. And when I hear councillors using the word lie or liar, I pull them up. And I'm going to continue to do that, as I just did. And so this is the third time that I'm going to say to you and to all councillors that I'm requesting you to all refrain from calling councillors liars or claiming that they have made lies.
So, point of order,
And
Madam Chair.
point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Last week, I did not call a councillor a liar or say they were lying.
Councillor,
so again,
I'm
why
not-
was I noted in the minutes
That's
last
not,
week?
I do not uphold your point of order, and I'm not
But don't
debating
you
it
worry,
with you
because
here.
we are going to take action on
thank
it.
you, Councillor.
Now you've just put that on the record, which is completely inconsistent with what you did last week. Yeah, that's right. Completely inconsistent.
Councillor, I will not debate you. Councillor Johnston, I caution you again for unsuitable meeting conduct. Stop repeating points of order that have already been ruled out of order. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for pulling me up in a very bipartisan way. As I said, I withdraw the comment and I will rephrase. Councillor Cassidy quite clearly thinks that he can continue to misrepresent the situation, misrepresent the finances, misrepresent so many situations that he has talked about today, and that if he continues to do so, that eventually some people might believe it. Now, beyond the Labor faithful, no one believes it. Beyond the Greens faithful, no one believes it. The reality is, when Labor's vote at the last election was 26% on a citywide basis, you know, they are literally at their core believers there. They've whittled down their support to just the hardcore Labor voters. And even the hardcore Labor voters, they were voting for people like Councillor Givney in Wynnum Ward, and even Councillor Toomey as well. Because, Councillor Cassidy, the strategy is not working. Your strategy is not working. And so, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't explain this to him. Maybe I should let him keep doing it. It's not working because it's not true. Now, Councillor Cassidy said that the city needs vision and leadership, and the interesting thing about that comment is, you know, this is a person who directed his team not to turn up to budget information sessions and instead directed them to run a false campaign about phantom tolls on the Story Bridge. And so he's really keen to talk about the budget today, but he wasn't keen when there was actually budget information sessions that go in depth and in detail. And maybe if he had shown up to those, he wouldn't have made such a fool of himself today by getting the numbers so drastically wrong. But as we see time and time again with Councillor Cassidy, even when it's pointed out that he's wrong, he doubles down. He wants to be twice as wrong. He will never, ever admit that he's wrong. He will never, ever apologise. He will never, ever back down. And provided that he keeps doing that, the vote will be even lower than 26% next time, because it is a wrong strategy. It's not what the people of Brisbane are looking for. They're looking for some positivity. They're looking for... They have a great deal of optimism about the future of this city. We know that. Do they think any government is perfect? No, absolutely not, because there is no such thing as a perfect government. Are we a perfect council? No, of course we're not. There's no such thing as a perfect council. But we genuinely care about the people of Brisbane, and we're also upfront about the challenges that we face. A whole range of challenges that have happened over the last 6 years or so that have happened to us. And they're the times when this team has stepped up most of all, whether it's been in the pandemic, where we stepped up to support the community, whether it's been in the 2022 flood or the 2025 cyclone, when we stepped up to do the very best we can to support the community, whether it's been when global inflation has hit us and we stepped up and took the responsible decision to reduce our expenditure, to reduce the costs on the ratepayers of Brisbane, to relieve those pressures. These are the times when people expect us to step up on their behalf. And I've obviously got a very different idea on what good leadership and vision is to Councillor Cassidy, because it's really easy to snipe from the sidelines. It's really easy to complain about everything. But when you actually have to make decisions that ultimately can potentially change the course of history in a council or in a city, that's a heavy responsibility and one that we take seriously, because as I keep saying, it's not our money that we're dealing with here, it's ratepayers' money, and we treat it with respect. And that means you don't just keep spending. When costs are going up, you don't just keep spending. You
Lord
do the
Mayor,
responsible
your
thing.
time has expired.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
Has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Givney that the meeting adjourn for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chair and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The meeting will be adjourned when all councillors have left the chamber. Further speakers to the amendment, Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. Can I start by congratulating our opposition leader on moving such a transparent and wonderful amendment that reflects the reality of this LNP Council and this quarterly budget that they're proposing today.
Councillor Adamant.
We heard the Lord Mayor, in response to this amendment, go on and on about politics without suggesting any kind of solutions that this city needs. Just before that, we heard from this LNP Chair go on and on and on about bus driver safety, and the only reason why he did that is out of a cynical approach, playing politics, because we know at 2:30 p.m. today that the sentence is going to be delivered in relation to the passenger that assaulted one of our Brisbane City Council bus drivers. All that is going on in this chamber is constant politics and reactionary responses to what we on this side of the chamber keep on advocating for. We have been advocating for bus driver safety since day one, and of course out of nowhere, only weeks later, in response to what we were fighting for, does the LNP Chair finally provide a response. And his response was yet again just politics and politics, attacking Labor, attacking other levels of government, and then also for some reason attacking the unions, despite a couple of weeks ago putting on the record that he supports them. It doesn't make any sense what this LNP Chair keeps on saying in relation to important topics across Brisbane. But Chair, this quarterly budget review suggests more than it delivers. The LNP regime is cutting services and hiding it in numbers. Millions of dollars are stripped from this budget, that is a fact. And these millions of dollars are meant for infrastructure, which has been shifted into paper entries. Last quarter, we saw that change and it hasn't improved. That money should be going into our streets, footpaths and parks. Instead, it sits in council books while residents wait. We're lectured by the LNP's propaganda about how this is a responsible budget. But what does this high tax, high cost of living council fail to achieve? They fail the local government basics. Do they fix our roads? Did we build better footpaths? Did we do an audit on how we get more children to school safely? That's right, Councillor Cassidy. They're depreciating them. And while the millions of dollars on living in Brisbane brochures and mistaken personalised double-up paper mail that we saw the Lord Mayor do last week to letterboxes all across Brisbane, while this city remains where 2/3 of our hardworking ratepayers still can't get basic amenities, unlike the inner city, how can we say that this council has done a great job on delivering a budget for Brisbane local residents? This report also shows the city carrying growing liabilities, fewer staff and less funding for suburban programs. Residents see the impact as fewer workers on the ground, fewer projects moving forward and less support for the services that matter most. When outer suburbs get the scraps, the inequity compounds. Families in Algester, Drewvale or Pollara do not have the same access to transport, footpaths or park upgrades as those living within a stone's throw from City Hall. The State of the City report says Brisbane is booming, $200 billion in the economy, hundreds of thousands of jobs added, growth in health, tourism and hospitality. But none of that shows up in Callumvale, Algester and new estates like Pollara. Families, whether are still waiting for a basic footpath, still waiting on a safe park and still waiting on the basics, and that 2/3 of Brisbane still don't live near frequent access to public transport services, yet we're paying the same rates as everyone else. Yet this LNP Lord Mayor was more than happy to stand in front and do all the photo ops, do all of the coverage for this great economy report, except when it came to the Story Bridge and real questions around where this funding actually went, he was hiding. It took them ages to provide an actual transparent report about where this funding actually goes. Instead of the hard-hitting questions about how he's going to address suburban inequity across all of Brisbane City, he just decided to smile and provide a different report instead. Rate rises come at the same time where families are struggling with higher rents, higher mortgages and higher grocery bills. People in Tarawatha and Heathwood are told this city is booming, but the reality is a cost of living crisis where we pay more and get less, just like Joan, where we discussed everything she was going through the other week, but this LNP Council refuses to take her and other residents in the exact same situation seriously. The LNP regime has decided the suburbs will carry the burden while they protect their own spin. Families are forced to tighten their belts so this council can tighten its press releases and risk a toll on the Story Bridge to pay for their mistakes. Turning to program 5 on page 26, the Deliver Community Experience section. This report boasts a 7 out of 10 satisfaction score. If that comes from 12,150 surveys, it represents about 1.4% of the 850,000 calls that this customer service centre takes every year. That means fewer than 1 in 70 call outcomes is reflected in that result. If that score comes from a different sample, there's no clarity on what it covers within this report in this section. In either case, the 7 out of 10 reads more like a headline than a truth. The truth lives in the hundreds of residents, the stories our councillors continue to bring week after week about what's wrong with this LNP council in this chamber here. Like
Councillor Kim, your time has expired. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I stand to speak on an amendment that really has got nothing to do with the motion that is before us today, which is the quarterly review, other than to the diatribes of those from the other side. Of course, when we speak, it's propaganda, not reality. When we speak, it's not democracy. Democracy is all about having your say unless it's us having our say. We hear it day in and day out. But the reality is we are the majority in the City of Brisbane. And I say again and reiterate my colleagues' comments tonight, the people of Brisbane should just thank their lucky stars that they're not dealing with a Green Labor coalition of chaos running this budget. I think it was $3.5 billion that we had was going to be added to the budget if those opposite won the last election, whereas this side went to the budget very clearly saying, yes, there had to be cuts and we will be spending within our means. Every single person in Brisbane has to tighten their belts. We agree and we see that. And we are doing the same. But what we have over here is the drunken soldiers saying spend, 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 regardless of where the money comes from. And it doesn't come from the trees. But we too know the Greens aren't about looking after trees, are they? We are delivering on our commitment to addressing the challenges of rising living costs and growth. The budget is balanced. We have the cheapest rates in South East Queensland. We provide the most generous pensioner rebate scheme in Queensland. There is residents like Joan that are very, very upset that they have to change over at a bus stop on the same station to get to a final destination. However, if she does it between 9 and 3, it's free because of this administration. Supporting thousands of free and affordable vents in the suburbs, delivering cash rebates for people who want to recycle more and in their home. And of course, who can wait until 1st of December to see our $2 summer dips return? Something that I hear about continually over the summer period, how much people and families really, really appreciate that. and the ridiculous notion that we don't deliver in the suburbs, that we don't fix roads, that we don't do footpaths, we don't support active travel. I'm pretty sure Councillor Kim has been to an active school travel awards night. Happy to stand there and be proud and be with her schools if they're doing well, but stands in this place and says we don't do anything. Need to pick a side, Councillor Kim. Can't stand here and whinge and then go and stand proudly beside us when we deliver the programs in the suburbs.
Through the chair, please, Councillor Adams.
Through you, Madam Chair. The Metro has been the biggest investment in transport infrastructure in a generation, which should have been done by a state government of their colour, but was not. And we have delivered that game-changing transport infrastructure. And I don't know about those on the other side, but I am extremely grateful to the Lord Mayor and the Deputy Mayor for having a budget that delivers councillors a suburban enhancement fund so they can deliver the infrastructure they need in the places that they know best because they know their wards. And that's how we fix the footpaths, and we deliver active school travel through footpaths, and we upgrade the parks. Because I know I do all of that in my ward, and if those people, through you, Madam Chair, on the other side of the chamber, don't see that in their ward, it's because they're not delivering it. That's right. Over $500,000. And yes, footpaths are becoming more expensive, but there are still links and connections that are vitally important. I've had the great opportunity to upgrade nearly every playground. One just went through committee this morning, my last Asset 3 class playground in my ward. That has changed my ward every election for the last 3 elections. So I get the new playgrounds and we upgrade those. But all done through SEF. I've just had brand new skate plaza in Tarragindi, an amazing BMX pump track at Glindemann Park and a playground upgrade in Glindemann Park, supported through the SEF funds. Someone on the other side might like to try it, Councillor Toomey. I'll take your interjection through you, Madam Chair. If you're not seeing the results, you are the ones letting down your team,
Councillor
not this
Adams,
administration.
your time has expired. And Councillor Collier. Thank you. I did hear the comments and there's no need to be... And the other comments. As I've said earlier, please wait until it's your turn to speak. Councillor Strunk, sorry, Councillor Johnson-Strunk. Councillor Strunk was up first.
Thank you, Chair, and I thank the Leader of the Opposition, Councillor Cassidy, for moving this amendment because so much of what's in this quarterly report is a mystery because there's just not a lot there in regards to figures, right? And what actually isn't there as well is the waste that's being generated by this LNP administration. And I say waste because they're wasting it on things like this. A budget newsletter from the Lord Mayor that clearly states at the bottom of the front page that they're going to construct the intersection upgrade with lights on the Azalea, Archerfield, and Pine Road. It actually says it there, even though we know that not be true. So it's a terrible waste when you send something out like this to 20-odd thousand homes, right, at a cost, Australia Post, I don't know what they charge us per piece, but it was probably, $20,000 plus, and it's just incorrect. So it's just a waste, and I wanted to bring that up again. I brought it up last week. I think it went on deaf ears. Right, but I think the Lord Mayor should actually write to every one of my residents saying, I got it wrong in my budget newsletter. What I said during the election and what I said after the election is the way it is. It's going to be delivered in 2027. So, okay, now, what was also that happened during this debate for this amendment is that the Lord Mayor got up and spoke almost twice as long as he spoke during the ENC address.
That's right.
Which is quite amazing when you think about it. Now, he's not in the chamber.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Adams.
That is totally incorrect. The Lord Mayor had an extension and he's only allowed 5 minutes in a motion.
Councillor, don't uphold that point of order. Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Lord Mayor's not in the chamber. He's got very important things to do, but he's the leader of this. He's the leader of the council, right? He's the Lord Mayor. He was properly elected, right? He needs to be in this chamber for at least the ENC stuff, right? At least the ENC stuff. Because honestly, if I was on the other side and my leader wasn't in the chamber advocating for the budget that he put together along with the, chairs.
Point of order, Councillor Toomey.
Can I remind Councillor Strunk through you that none of the opposition were in the chamber for the budget?
No, Councillor, I don't uphold that point of order. Councillors. Councillor Cassidy, do not call out, Councillor Toomey, do not call out across the chamber. I beg your pardon, Councillor Cassidy. Yeah, and it's not appropriate.
Yep. So.
Let's all nitpick.
I'll take that interjection, Councillor
Just
Cassidy.
wait, please, Councillor Strunk, until
okay.
Wait, Councillor Strunk, until they've composed themselves. Do not call out across the chamber, and as always, everybody has a chance to get up and speak in GB if you have further comments to make. Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. So coming back to my comments in regards to the Lord Mayor not being in the chamber, as I say, I think he really needs to be in here debating his budget or the outcome of the last budget, which we're here today to do. Right. Now, Councillor Adams got up and very passionately...
Councillor Strunk, do you want to come back to the actual motion, please?
Okay.
Thank
I was going to say something complimentary about Councillor Adams, but
no,
I'll skip over that.
Let's calm down and come back to the motion and speak to the motion, please.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Councillor Strunk is completely calm. And
Councillor Johnston,
him to calm down is completely
I do not uphold your point of order. I am chairing this meeting. Councillor Strunk.
With a little bit of time that's remaining, I just wanted to say in regards to the budget that we're debating, that there's a lot in there that is quite a mystery, actually. And when you go through, right, all the various programs, it really, and try to compare them to the previous budget just to see what the actual outcomes for this budget were compared to the last year's budget, it's really, it's like a smoke screen, right? Because you can't equate some of the program stuff or the items in the programs. And of course, I know that the LNP have designed it that way so that we are just to keep us in the dark so that we can't actually debate precise figures, right? Because they've been moved off to another program area and they've even changed the wordage, right? When they move it into another program area. So I just want to put it on record that...
your time has expired. Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I wish to make a contribution. Like Councillor Adams, through you, Chair, I'm really grateful that the responsible financial management by this administration has allowed me to deliver for my community. We've had an upgrade of the scooter track at Kalinga Park, thanks to SEF. We've also had a new shelter at Oriole Park, and the future is very, very bright. So thanks to SEF. So I'm sure on the horizon, there'll be more projects delivered in the Hamilton Ward, like Jackson Street Park, and also new cricket nets at Melrose Park. But our election commitment was clear, to be financially responsible, and that's what we've done to keep the costs down for our residents and to protect households from unnecessary rate rises. This report, thank you for you, Madam Chair, Councillor Cassidy, and those opposite like to conjure up all kinds of scary imagery to describe the budget and the progress outlined in these quarterly reports. They really like to talk down Brisbane. But it's false, Madam Chair. It's lazy and it's exhausting. No claim is too outrageous or baseless for them. They just throw some mud and see what sticks. So with that, I'd like to move that this motion be put.
Seconded. Has been moved by Councillor Dixon and it has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Givney that the motion be put. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The ayes have it. Councillor Cassidy or... Oh. Who's seconding? Who is the seconder is what I'm asking. It's been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded... I do caution you, Councillor, again. Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 15 in favour and 8 against.
The motion is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillor Cassidy, your right of reply.
Thanks very much, Chair. The great disappearing act of Adrian Schrinner, Lord Mayor of Brisbane, continues again this week. And it's interesting that there's now division amongst the LNP, because we've had today finally Councillor Wines get up and say he believes that the most important job of a councillor is to participate in debate and vote on things here in the chamber. That's clearly a signal, that's a warning to his Lord Mayor and to his leader that he needs to show up for work. That he needs to show up for work and defend his budget, which was not very well defended by the LNP councillors who got up to speak on this amendment. What we heard from the Lord Mayor, he didn't speak about congestion, he didn't speak about bus services, he didn't speak about housing. We know their strategies are desperately out of date and not delivering on housing, but he didn't speak about them. He didn't speak about the Story Bridge and the challenges there. He didn't talk about suburban drainage. He didn't talk about his vision for Brisbane at all. No vision on housing, no vision on public transport and busting congestion, no vision on making Brisbane a more livable city or supporting businesses to thrive in the suburbs of Brisbane. He didn't offer anything. He didn't offer anything apart from a well-worn political attack on his opponents. That's all he was able to offer during his contribution there. And on the Story Bridge, you'd think this quarter there's an opportunity for the Lord Mayor to finally come clean in the debate before us today. After months of blocking access to information, whether that's through questions on notice, direct questions to the Lord Mayor and Chair of the relevant committee, calling files on this, denied at every opportunity, they still can't say how much they spent on paint, how much they spent on resurfacing, how much they spent on rust repairs. They are still unwilling to admit those figures. So we've got a Lord Mayor that has a negative vision for the future of Brisbane and then flees when he is called out on that vision. All we heard was whinging, whining and attacks from the Lord Mayor. And what we heard from Councillor Adams and Councillor Dixon was that the only highlights of the budget that has finished, the 24-25 budget, was the Suburban Enhancement Fund.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Adams.
Claim to be misrepresented.
I note your claim.
Now, the modern Councillor Adams is refreshing because in the flourish we heard there, we heard let slip. We heard let slip that SEF is not enough. that CEF funding that the Lord Mayor allocates is not enough, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Adams.
Claim to be misrepresented.
I note your claim.
Because Councillor Adams got up and said, you could deliver all these, and everything's getting more expensive, and we could deliver more. Oh, I better not say that.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
And then wound that back a little bit, but she said
Point of order, Councillor Adams.
Claim to be misrepresented.
I note your claim.
So the only contribution we get from LNP councillors is to say a playground here and a footpath repair there is the LNP's great legacy in the suburbs of Brisbane. I'll share, and the LNP councillors have shared their CEF experience. I'll share a CEF experience from last year, Chair, for some context. So council officers identified the playground at Mulbeam Park, a district park, is not just in need of replacement but is downright dangerous for those who are playing on it. The Lord Mayor continues to refuse to put capital funding into that. It's a significant playground, so I said, okay, it's got to have to be done out of CEF. $300,000 was signed off and allocated to that project just for stage one. Just for stage one. Some months later, council officers came to see me, Chair, and said, the money that the Lord Mayor promised the Brighton Roosters for a new change room has fallen desperately short. Can we please reallocate that money from CEF, from that playground, over to the change room project? And I said, to get that over the line, I'll agree to that. This dangerous playground will have to go on hold for one more year, and the $300,000 was reallocated to top up the $700,000 that the Lord Mayor committed to make it $1 million. And then we find out that the project is actually going to cost in excess of $2 million. So then the council officers said they were dismayed that the Lord Mayor was not able to provide that extra funding in this year's budget, putting that project entirely at risk of not going ahead. That's a club that now cannot have girls' teams participate. Girls are blocked from participating at that club because the Lord Mayor has shortchanged that club in his capital budget, and even CEF funding is not enough. I've now had to allocate over $500,000 from this year's CEF to do that playground upgrade, and because the Lord Mayor refuses to do it. This is the LNP's legacy in the suburbs of Brisbane.
Your time has expired. We'll now put that motion to the vote.
Madam Chair.
Sorry, your 3 points of misrepresentation, Councillor Adams.
First of all, Councillor Cassidy said that I only mentioned CEF. I talked about $2 dips and pensioner rebates and seniors off-peak and lowest rates in Queensland and Metro and many other things. The second one is I said that I let slip that CEF was not enough. That is not what I said at all. I said footpaths are getting more expensive. And the third one...
Councillor.
Somebody just said I'm making this up.
Sorry, continue please.
And the third one is I said, I let slip apparently, that everything is getting more expensive. I said no such words.
We'll now put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Johnston. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 15 against.
That is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillors will now come back to the substantive debate to ENC. Further speakers. Councillor Massey.
Thanks, Chair. I'll rise to speak on item A and item B, if I can get to item B. But I wanted to start on the annual operational plan. It is clear in this document, it's clear, the LNP Council is underspending on what our communities need and letting our city crumble. The annual operation plan makes it clear, shows in detail, even though it does say reallocate here and there, what is not being spent. At the same time, this is happening, of course, we're seeing that crossings aren't being built, drainage for our most flood-prone streets delayed, pipes not being renewed, community facilities being left to deteriorate, and playgrounds remain broken. We can also see in here that the LNP's 2023 tax cuts for developers is also continuing to wreak havoc. Developer contributions collapsed again this year to only 110 million, noting that this is down from in 2023, where the developers' contributions were estimated at 253 million. Residents are paying more, developers are paying less, our city is falling behind. And there are some numbers in here that tell a story. I was very interested in Council's net financial liabilities ratio, which was sitting at 6.15%, which is within the manageable bracket. But the asset and sustainability ratio, which shows whether Council is spending enough to maintain and renew roads, bridges, pipes, and community facility, is just at 81%, well below the 90 to 100% benchmark. This means that infrastructure is falling behind. And with the very proud statements that were made in budgets that this LNP Council would not borrow in the next 10 years, that this LNP Council has tied its own hands, because that ratio on assets that we are repairing is not going to keep up to the rate that they are deteriorating. The consequences, of course, are visibly everywhere, but no more pungent than with the Story Bridge, which is literally crumbling. Residents see it every day. The city is not being looked after. Capital expenditure, and this is why it's important, and I'm going to talk about capital expenditure quite a bit now. Capital expenditure is how Council keeps a city working, safe, growing. It funds the bridges, the pipes, the community facilities we rely on every day. Cutting CapEx may save money in the short term, but it leaves infrastructure to deteriorate, and that will cost us more, as we're seeing with the Story Bridge, in the long term, and it also reduces residents' quality of life. Through you, Chair, the Lord Mayor talked about the $400 million cuts which were done in November 2023. Those cuts cut deep into the operational budget. That's what took the hit. So what we had then were fewer council staff and more work for those left behind. Now in 2024-25 budget, we see the cuts are in capital expenditure. At least this LNP Council is consistent, slashing our city, spinning it into a success. Cut, 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 while the residents pay the price. I'm going to talk about a couple of the areas that got the cuts. So Transport for Brisbane, $17 million less. And we see that in very small things. We can see how that has affected small things, like the bus stop upgrades that we didn't receive, about how 11 designs have only commenced now, even though these were all a part of the 2024-25 budget, and how construction has started only on 2 stops now, again, even though these were in a previous budget. So what this demonstrates is that projects are being delayed, or they're being downsized, or they're quietly being shelved. Infrastructure, 34 million cut. Less drainage. Sustainable cities, 29 million cut. Community also got deep cuts, remembering that we only spent 20.7 million this year, but in 2023-24, in just one line item for upgrading facilities, we spent 28 million.
Councillor Massey, your time has expired. Further speakers?
Councillors Cook.
Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on items A and B, and quickly I'll turn to item A before moving on to B. So the annual operational plan and quarterly financial report. Program 4, Future Brisbane. There's a terrific amount in this program and I can't cover it all, but what I will say is that the program is focused on providing additional housing in this city. It's not the only focus, but it's certainly the main focus. And we're doing that through a number of different mechanisms. One is obviously increasing the latent supply of housing potential in the city through planning amendments, and the most notable one during this particular year was the Nathan Salisbury Maruka Neighbourhood Plan, which will give rise not only to some great economic outcomes but also additional housing. We also had the infrastructure charges discount to support housing, and to Councillor Massey's point, she needs to understand that these infrastructure discounts exist to make housing cheaper and to bring more housing to market. So that's an important point to note. There is a lot going on in Program 4, as I mentioned, better places and spaces. We've got a range of outdoor gallery projects going on. I'll quickly flip over to Program 7, which is the economic development element. A range of projects and programs are underway there to support the business community, both small and large. The major events calendar that is supported by BEDA is a major part of tourism and investment attraction to the city, and they've had a terrific year with 130 business and major events occurring during the 24-25 year financial year. The Lord Mayor's Business Awards are also recognising both general business operators, but also the multicultural community as well. So a very big program of work in Program 4 and 7. In the time I've got left, I'm going to turn to item B, which is the significant contracting plan for expert witness advice on planning and environment court matters. And as you know, Madam Chair, we are in a situation where development applications are assessed under the requirements of Brisbane City Plan and in accordance with the provisions of the Queensland Planning Act. The role of our assessment team is to assess the impact of a new development against all relevant assessment benchmarks. Any matters raised by submitters during the assessment of an impact assessable application are taken into consideration to ensure the submitter appeal rights with the Planning and Environment Court. It should be noted that not all appeals are appeals arising from a council refusal of an application or an applicant challenging council's conditions of approval. Submitters can also appeal impact assessable application decisions or lodge declaratory action in the courts on process matters. Council is obligated to participate in these appeals to uphold the overall community expectations for development in Brisbane. Once at this stage, Council can sometimes have to rely on external or third-party specialist advice. And perhaps to help clarify the point Councillor Cassidy was making, this panel is not all about lawyers. It includes architects, engineers, environmental specialists and traffic management specialists. These specialists come from a wide range of fields and are used by Council to confirm that our internal advisors and specialists have deemed appropriate for the development application. Now, we have 63 experts on the current panel. The panel commenced in 2015 and is due to expire in a couple of months. This proposal is about extending the panel out to 2035. We have a very good reputation in terms of our experiences in the Planning and Environment Court. Last year, Development Services approved 3,972 development applications, and last year there were 87 appeal matters that were finalised. 20 appeals were discontinued, 56 appeals were resolved by consent order, 7 went to judgment. We had 5 trial wins and 2 trial losses. There were 2 preliminary point hearings and 2 building development tribunal matters. So, Madam Chair, out of the 3,972 development applications that were approved, only 2.19% of them had appeals lodged against them, and of those, a total of 4 were overturned by the court. And that's less than 0.1%, and certainly a great outcome from both the development services and legal teams in council to ensure that these matters are addressed appropriately. And I would like to quickly quote from the courts, and they are saying council is doing a great job in the P&E appeals space at the moment. Council is being consistent.
Councillor Allen, your time has expired. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on items A and B. And I just note, I don't think the QCAT thinks that council's doing such a great job at the moment, but, you know, that's a different legal issue. Just briefly on item A, because we only get 5 minutes these days. The financial reports, well, actually, first of all, I'm going to start with an overview. Under the City of Brisbane Act, this council is responsible for approving any number of things, including a budget and an operational plan for the year, and a range of other financial documents. The Lord Mayor is responsible for leading the development of that document. That's actually clarified in section 14 of the City of Brisbane Act. The City of Brisbane Act also notes, and some councillors don't, including the Lord Mayor, don't think that this is important. Section 14 of the City of Brisbane Act specifically notes that participating for the benefit of Brisbane in the meetings of council and being accountable to the community for council's performance. They are specific statutory responsibilities of each councillor, including the Lord Mayor in this place. Now, we all know that the Lord Mayor is no longer even the part-time Lord Mayor. He's the, well, you wouldn't even call him a casual because they'd work harder than the Lord Mayor. But the Lord Mayor barely turns up to this council meeting, and he can't even sit through his own matters brought through E&C, and he can't even sit through matters that are his responsibility as the Lord Mayor under the legislation, which are budgetary matters. Now, that demonstrates a disregard for his statutory responsibilities under the Act and a disregard for being accountable to the performance of his council to residents. And we know why. Because these financial documents outline a litany of incompetence, of bad management and financial stuff-ups. And that is a direct result of the leadership of the Deputy Mayor and the Lord Mayor and the LNP administration, who control the majority of council. And we've heard that from them today. I mean, Councillor Adams got up and said, "We are the majority, we will do what we want to do." Right. And we heard that from her very clearly today.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Adams.
Claim to be misrepresented.
I note your claim.
I know. Here we go. Let's see. And this from the councillor who stood up today and called councillors on this side of the chamber drunken soldiers. Now, I'm not exactly sure what that's relevant to. I'm not sure why the Chair of Council didn't pick that up. But here we are debating the finances of council, and the LNP send out the former Deputy Mayor of this city, who gets up and insults everybody by calling us drunken soldiers. Now, I'm not. I'm the Tennyson for Councillor Ward, and I am the person who represents the community in my area. My community is being shortchanged by the mismanagement and incompetence of this LNP administration, and that is reflected in the materials before us today. I'm going to leave council with an example. And it's reflected in the infrastructure report here today, which clearly states that council has failed to deliver on the drainage projects that it says it funds, and then every year cuts or rolls over. In August 2022, a resident in Annerley approached council about a damaged stormwater drain. That resident has tracked every conversation with council officers over the past 3 years, over 32 interactions. And most of those councillors not responded to him, they've not got back to him. And he came to me last week after 3 patient years of dealing with council to fix a stormwater drain that runs through the back of his backyard and is causing localised flooding every time there is heavy rain. Not only have council not got back to him, this matter has, I presume, not even been listed for repair because it's still with cars and with City Legal, and after 3 long years, nothing has happened. It'll be at least another year before it even gets, well, I don't even know that it'll get funded. So that is the result of this LNP's administration of the council budget, when we know every single quarterly report, every single annual report, this council fails to fund drainage projects. Not only that, road projects, bus repairs, tree repairs, the storm,
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired. Councillor Adams, your point of misrepresentation.
Thank you. The Tennyson for Councillor said that I'm in administration and we'll do what we want to do. I did not say that. I said we're in administration. The City of Brisbane voted us in here, and as a council, we are committed to a balanced budget.
Further speakers. Councillor Howard.
Well, thank you, Chair, and I rise today to speak to item A, the annual operational plan progress and the quarterly financial report for the year ended 30th of June 2025. Chair, this council delivers. We deliver more to see and do. We deliver more support for community organisations. We deliver more investment in the places and programs that make Brisbane the lifestyle capital of Australia, and we do all of this while maintaining the cheapest residential rates in South East Queensland. So, Chair, for the record, Chair, through you, I'd also just like the minutes to record that the Leader of the Opposition is not in the chamber. Chair, this report shows that even in challenging economic environment, Program 5 has continued to deliver for residents across arts, culture, community facilities, festivals and homelessness support. More than 2.2 million people attended the incredible program of events delivered and supported by this Shrinner Council. That's more connection, more celebration and more pride in our city than ever before. And this financial year, we're boosting funding for every single one of the 128 events in our suburban and multicultural festivals program, thanks to Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner. Because our community groups deserve it. We revived the Bayside Spring Festival, which Labor let die. Thanks to Councillor Alex Gibney, the Bayside community will once again enjoy this iconic event that was neglected for years under Labor's watch. We've continued to support our signature city festivals, including the Brisbane Festival, which has earned national and international acclaim under the leadership of Louise Bazina. And we're backing the Brisbane Powerhouse with increased funding to support its next chapter under Louise's leadership. Chair, we're also investing in the infrastructure that keeps our community strong. From new changing rooms at Toombul District Cricket Club to LED lighting upgrades at clubs across the city, we're delivering the facilities that help residents stay active, connected and safe. And through you, Madam Chair, perhaps Councillor Cassidy would like to approach the Federal Minister for Sports, his friend Annika Wells, to see if he can help, just as we are helping with all of the clubs across Brisbane. Chair, this Shrinner Council is continuing to deliver for this city's most vulnerable residents. And that brings me to the lazy Labor opposition and their coalition of chaos. Councillor Cassidy must have been the first opposition leader in the history of this nation that couldn't be bothered delivering a budget reply speech. I have never seen the like of it. In the very speech he couldn't be bothered delivering, he made accusations about part-time participation. Well, Councillor Cassidy couldn't be bothered participating in the budget reply. He just walked out and left. But, Chair, unlike Councillor Cassidy, I stuck around. And I did take great interest in reading the speech he couldn't be bothered delivering. The speech unspoken. In his unspoken speech, he dedicated a significant part of it talking about homelessness. A long-running theme for those opposite who spend a great deal of time talking about homelessness but never actually doing anything about it. He wrote down, but couldn't be bothered to say, that more needed to be done about homelessness. I agree that more always needs to be done, but I do question Councillor Cassidy's intentions. Because where was Councillor Cassidy when his colleagues in the former Labor state government spent more than 9 years doing absolutely nothing to deliver for our most vulnerable? They claim to stand up for the vulnerable, but when they're in charge, they didn't take any action. They announced a lot of things, but didn't actually get around to doing anything. They announced a big $5 billion housing investment fund. Not a single new home was built and completed. They announced planning reforms to help deliver more housing. Didn't deliver a single new dwelling. Chair, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Labor is about headlines, not homelessness. Chair, Councillor Cassidy also listed some so-called alternatives in his unspoken speech, alternatives which this Schrinner Council is already delivering, which the Crisafulli government is already delivering, and that Labor failed to deliver for many years. Labor has ended its temporary funding for homelessness services ending June this year just to get through until the next election. And we also know...
Councillor Howard, your time has expired. Further speakers, Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. And just let me address a couple of the points that Councillor Howard made in regards to the commitment of Councillor Cassidy to be probably one of the best opposition leaders we've probably had in this chamber for many a year. He's been across the detail, so much so that he spoke for 30 minutes.
Just one moment, Councillor Strunk. Councillor Strunk.
He spoke for 30 minutes, 10 times longer than the Lord Mayor did, in my estimation, maybe 8 times, and he spoke in detail. Now, the Lord Mayor doesn't ever speak in detail. He speaks in generalities, and it's really sad because, I mean, it's his budget. He sits down for hours and hours and hours. Hours and hours.
Point of order. One moment, please, Councillor Strunk. Point of order, Councillor Howard.
Madam Chair, I don't think that this report is about the Lord Mayor. I'd like the councillor to come back.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Strunk, to the report.
And also want to deal with the other issue that Councillor Howard brought up in regards to the budget reply speech. It was tabled, and Councillor Howard read it, and I'm sure a lot of all the other councillors here in the chamber read it as well. And whether you actually deliver it verbally or on paper, it's in the minutes, and the whole world can read them because we're open to the whole world. Anyways, let me just go to the overall operational plan, right? And I just had a couple of notes, and some of this has been covered by others, but I just want to speak a little bit in regards to fees and charges. Now, the operational plan that was just delivered in its fullness, right? Fees and charges went up 6.7%. which was almost 1.5 times inflation back then. And of course, every restaurant owner who's got a footpath, or anyone that uses a footpath, knows that their dining registration fees have to be renewed every year now. So we just keep ripping our, these fees and charges really do hurt small business, especially the small businesses, right, that make up the majority or 90% of the businesses in this city, right? So we're just not caring for them. We talk a big talk, you talk a big talk, but you don't deliver. You deliver badly for them. Developer contributions, down 42%. Now that either we're just giving sweetheart deals here, or construction in the city has just collapsed. If that's the amount of contributions that have dropped, 41 or 42%. I know, I'll take that interjection, everything's hunky-dory. Well, we know it's not. You just have to read the papers. Builders are going, unfortunately, a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them are going to the wall because they for all sorts of reasons, right? And I won't be specific about any one of those because it doesn't cover all of those. But I mean, the contribution factor is really telling. And that's what jumped out at me when I looked at the overlook of the operational plan for the final quarter. In expenses, what jumped out at me in expenses was the decrease in sustainable city investment, 44% down. Sustainable city. Now that covers a lot of infrastructure and program, right? We've just dropped the ball there, big time, absolute big time. Some of the other ones, finance cost went up 14%. So our debt bill, or our mortgage bill, or whatever you want to call it, right, has increased 14%. And we carry a lot of debt. We just heard the Lord Mayor today say $3.7 billion. That's what he admits to, but we know it's more than that. We know it's more than that, but that's what's on the tick that he said, and he says he has a plan to reduce that to 2.9 over a period of years, right? Well, listen, when I became a councillor back 9 years ago, our debt was a lot less than that. A lot less than that. Now, I went back to try to find out what it is, but it was certainly about $2 billion, I think, then, and it's almost doubled. And what do we have to show for it?
Councillor Strunk, your time has expired. Further speakers, Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak on item A, the annual operational plan, progress and quarterly financial report. Madam Chair, I love this city. It's a great city, and as much as Councillor Cassidy says he likes it in Brisbane, it always comes with a complaint after it. Always a complaint after it. What I can say, Madam Chair, is that this side of the chamber love this city, and we are working hard to deliver even more to make it even better tomorrow than it is today. Yeah. Madam Chair, as you can see in the report, and contrary to what the opposition have been peddling this afternoon, Program 3 continues to track well despite the disruption caused by Tropical Cyclone Alfred earlier this year. We have delivered strong outcomes to close out the 24-25 financial year, headlined, of course, by the great work done to build on our network of urban parks. Last financial year, we completed 62 park projects, including the new Glindemann Park precinct, which has a fantastic new multi-use bike track that Councillor Adams spoke about earlier. I had the pleasure of attending the opening of that park with the Lord Mayor and Councillor Adams, and it was fantastic to see riders of all ages and experience levels testing their skill and enjoying a great time in what was a very safe environment. It's just another way, Madam Chair, of creating more to see and do in our suburbs across Brisbane. Of course, this June marked the completion of our Sun-Safe Suburban Playground initiative. We delivered the final 35 of the 150 shade sails, along with 85 trees, to conclude this 4-year accelerated program. This has been about providing cooler play spaces for our littlies. Sadly, we are the cancer capital of Queensland, and the Lord Mayor undertook this accelerated program of works so that we could let the kids get out and play in the hottest of times in our city. We've also achieved some great outcomes with our conservation initiatives. Every year our environment centres go from strength to strength, providing great places of learning. They also provide an excellent service, providing so much to see and do while encouraging greater environmental awareness for our residents. I'm fortunate to have the Downfall Creek Environment Centre in my ward, and I very much appreciate the work that the officers do there, particularly around running the activities, from guided bushwalks to nature kindies and, of course, the wildlife workshops. They've been popular again this year. We've had more than 156,000 visitors across the 3 environment centres at Downfall Creek, Karawatha Forest and at Burndall. And that was on top of the over 24,000 students that we hosted through our dedicated schools program. But of course, education is just one aspect of our comprehensive conservation program. It's been another successful year for our bushland acquisition program. Last financial year, we purchased nearly 16 hectares of land through the program, which was a significant increase compared to the same period last year, and we've already hit the ground running this year. In fact, Madam Chair, today we settled another site at Karawatha, and we're also progressing discussions on 2 more. As you know, Madam Chair, this is a voluntary program, so it's when people are ready to sell their properties that we're able to engage and make the transaction occur. We also complemented the bushland acquisitions with the construction of 1.2 kilometres of improved fauna fencing across the city, again highlighting our commitment to protecting our environment for future generations. Madam Chair, earlier this year we also commenced the first round of consultation for the Kedron Brook Master Plan that spans across 14 suburbs. Just like Archfield Wetlands and Hanlon Park, this revitalisation is about boosting flood resiliency in the catchment while creating better lifestyle outcomes for the community. And we've also undertaken the first round of consultation down in Wynnum for the Wynnum Foreshores project. We are a very proud leader in providing flood risk information, Madam Chair, and we want residents always to feel safe, confident and ready for severe weather events. Last financial year, our online flood information recorded more than 1.9 million hits. Our Floodwise property reports were downloaded 239,000 times, and our flood awareness maps were viewed more than 5.5 million times. Madam Chair, all in all, I'm incredibly proud of the work that we're doing in Program 3 and what we've achieved in Program 3, and I'm excited to keep delivering for Brisbane residents.
Further speakers. Councillor Griffiths.
I rise to speak on this E&C item, and it's interesting to hear the debate today. Once again, I notice the Lord Mayor isn't in the chamber for his own section of the council agenda, and I do note also that both the Lord Mayor and the LNP just have no passion today. I've said that previously. We just see no enthusiasm, we see no passion, we see no life from them. Councillor Davis just got people to agree with her. Congratulations, Councillor
Griffiths,
Davis.
please come to the report and not talking about other councillors. Thank you.
I am speaking to the report, but I'm just saying the lack of any passion for anything in the city is just astounding at the moment. It is just astounding. In fact, earlier today we had 2 councillors, Councillor Howard and Councillor Wines, participate in debate from last week.
Again, Councillor Griffiths, could you talk to the report, please?
It has been an interesting meeting, and I'm sure for those observing, they're finding it a very interesting meeting as well. Let's go through this budget again. Let's go through the con job that we're seeing here now. What we know in the budget, and there's been a lot of talk about you, Councillor Cassidy, and your participation in the budget session. What the LNP have failed to do is say that they actually don't include figures in the budget books anymore. Oh, and they don't give us a budget book anymore. They get one, we don't get one. It's very, very interesting. And the sessions that they do run, the so-called information sessions, are almost Orwellian in terms of trying to get any information. It is almost Orwellian for this council to give you any information. But they all sit there and they're patting themselves on the back, and Councillor Adams thinks she's doing a great job, and they all think they're doing a great job, and they're all chatting. And anyway, what we know is the real picture here. Thanks, Madam Chair, for pulling them up. What we know here is the real picture here is we've lost 450 permanent staff. Gone. When I tell the public that, when I tell people at the Maruka Festival that, or the Salisbury Festival, they're shocked. We know we're in over $5 billion of total debt. I know they hide it round the place, but there's $5 billion of debt there. We know that they're giving a $1.6 billion asset that was paid for by infrastructure charges from all our wards. We know they're giving that to the state government. For how much? That's right. For how much? For free. For free. This is the great management by the Lord Mayor, who's not here, by his deputy, who occasionally speaks, and by the rest of the LNP team. We know, and I don't know where Councillor Davis is getting her information, but the records I had for last year that I got through the professional channels of council said there were no property buybacks last year for Bushland Fund. There were none for last financial year. So I don't know why I've been given the wrong information by council. I don't know. It's interesting to see the Deputy Mayor laugh about that. Why they would actually give an opposition councillor the wrong information. And is that legal? Are officers allowed to do that? Maybe the Deputy Mayor would like to answer.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Adams.
Will Councillor Griffiths take a question on whether he's reported he thinks he's been given the wrong information?
Thank you. Were you asking the councillor a question? If you would take a question? No, he won't. Thank you. Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you. We also know that the tree trimming, the offset budget that this council runs has $21 million in the slush fund, and we aren't spending it. We aren't spending it. In fact, we can't spend it because we haven't got enough staff to do the work. And then the staff we have got to do the work can't manage the contracts that we're trying to put out. You know, it's crazy the way this council's being run. What's said in this chamber is not what's happening out there on the ground. And when the people of Brisbane see that, they won't vote for an LNP council.
Further speakers. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I look forward to giving you a speech with passion and vigour. Woo! Now, Madam Chair, I just want to correct the record. They were just mentioning then that none of us received, or they didn't receive the budget books. None of us received the budget books. It was all available for us online. Now, Madam Chair, we're just bringing this organisation into the 21st century, and this is actually also about looking after our councillors. We don't want to see people lugging those big books around, having to lug them into the chamber. It's actually about supporting you, Councillor Griffiths. It's about you. So I just wanted to correct the record. Now, Madam Chair, I am talking about the annual operational plan and the quarterly financials that we have in front of us today. Now, in 24-25, Program 6 was all about the doers of this city, from our construction crews to our Parks and Gardens team, from parking compliance to our graffiti removals teams. These are the men and women who keep our city moving. They protect our lifestyle, deliver essential services and ensure Brisbane remains Australia's most livable city. And don't we love it? Now, Chair, I've been listening to the opposition spin their usual tales. Some of you might know that it was Book Week last week. For the mums and the dads in the room, I'm sure you've had the hot glue gun out and been making some creations, and I can only assume Councillor Cassidy was inspired by The Boy Who Cried Wolf. Time and time again, he comes into this chamber making up claims and inventing numbers. Let's set the record straight. The claims that this administration slashed $800 million is completely false. That number exists only in the imagination of those in the opposition, Madam Chair. The financial reports in front of us show exactly what it should. A disciplined council making every ratepayer dollar work harder and go further. While the opposition misreads reports and invents numbers, our council teams are out in the suburbs day and night getting on with the job. And nowhere was that more evident than during ex-tropical cyclone Alfred. Cast your mind back to March, Madam Chair. Nearly double the seasonal average of rainfall with 156 days and 1.9 metres of rain coming from the sky in that first quarter. They distributed, Madam Chair, I should actually note, in my office, we have actually done a little tribute to these amazing workers. We had 1,334 staff on the ground during ex-tropical cyclone Alfred, and I'm very proud to have all their names listed on here in my office. Now, Madam Chair, these people delivered for our suburbs. They distributed 527,000 sandbags, cleared more than 6,400 tonne of green waste, fixed traffic signals and cleared drains, restored streets and public spaces. The scale of this challenge was immense. Just during the cyclone, 3,500 tree jobs were completed, curbside flood waste was cleared from 890 locations, 269 sets of traffic lights were repaired, 62 kilometres of bikeways cleaned, and debris was removed from 1,981 parks. Whoa. Now let me be clear, Madam Chair. Our teams did a magnificent job. And it's interesting. Apparently the opposition think that we don't deliver for the suburbs. That is exactly what Program 6 did in this report. Now, I also want to just address the claims that Councillor Massey claimed capital had been cut. Now, I want to be super clear. We have literally had a quarter of last year totally wiped out for planned work. Now, you can't pour concrete, you can't resurface roads when it is raining, and also when your city is in recovery. So we did the right thing, we did the responsible thing, and our city turned our attention to recovery, not redoing concrete footpaths. So, Madam Chair, our team on this side of the chamber made the sensible decisions to push those projects to this financial year. They are not cut, they are delayed. So I just really want to put on record just our gratitude and thanks to those officers who were off their ordinary jobs, who were stopping doing their BAU activities to support our city when they needed it most. Now, in addition to the cyclone work, Madam Chair, I'm going to run out of time, which is so disappointing. Now, Madam Chair, I just really want to say we are delivering for our city, rain, hail or cyclone. I commend this to the chamber.
Further speakers? Councillor Parry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak on the annual operation plan progress and quarterly financial report as it relates to the infrastructure portfolio, and hopefully with as much passion as Councillor Hutton. As the acting chair, I am proud to speak in support of this item in the Schrinner Council's record of delivering for Brisbane. There has never been a more important time to invest in our city's infrastructure. Brisbane is growing and we need to keep up with that demand. Each week, 600 people are moving to our growing city. Whoa. Brisbane is the place to be, and it's important that we cater for this growth. We're committed to delivering the infrastructure our growing city needs, which is why we're building new roads and improving our existing ones. On the north side, in your ward, Councillor Landers, we're investing in the Beams Road upgrade project. Beams Road is a major east-west arterial road, and typically 20,000 vehicles use this road each day. By 2031, this figure is predicted to reach 26,000 vehicles per day. That's why we're investing in this important road corridor. The Beams Road upgrade will improve road safety, reduce traffic congestion and improve pedestrian and cyclist accessibility. Already we've completed Stage 1A. This includes a range of improvements between Lacey Road to Balcara Avenue. Over 1,100 workers contributed to this project, completing more than 40,000 hours of work. With Stage 1A done, we're ready to get onto Stage B. As funded in the 2025-26 budget, works have already begun on Stage 1B of the Beams Road upgrade. This part of the project will focus on improvements between Castle Grove Avenue and Handford Road. The Beams Road upgrade is just one way the Schrinner Council is keeping Brisbane moving. But we're not just upgrading our existing roads, we're also improving how we use them. The Brisbane Clearway Action Plan identifies locations where extending clearway hours can allow us to use road space more efficiently. For our first clearway review, we looked at the Musgrave Road Waterworks Road corridor from Red Hill to the Gap in Councillor Toomey's ward. Almost 130,000 vehicles travel this corridor between 5 a.m. and 7 p.m. during the week, and more than 39,000 over the weekend. As part of this review, we asked the community how best we could use this important corridor. We wrote to 2,800 residents and businesses in the area, and 73% of them who responded were in support of extending the clearway hours. Getting the balance right between easing congestion and ensuring locals are best served by the clearway times is essential. Brisbane is one of Australia's fastest growing capital cities, and how we use our road space matters. We're committed to busting congestion to help people get home sooner and safer.
Now, moving to everybody's favourite topic, Madam Chair, the Story Bridge. The Shrinner Council is committed to restoring the Story Bridge, and since taking stewardship of this bridge in 1947, Council has undertaken significant maintenance and repair works. But it was built 85 years ago, and the bridge needs a major restoration to extend its operational life. Not only is it an iconic landmark of Brisbane, but it's also a major transport connection for Queensland. The Story Bridge or the Bradfield Highway carries significant freight, which heightens the need for this work. Last financial year, we conducted a range of maintenance activities on the Story Bridge, contrary to Councillor Cassidy's claims earlier. This included localised steel repairs and repainting, concrete repairs, washdowns and inspections, as well as electrical and lighting maintenance. We have consistently maintained the Story Bridge each and every year we've owned this asset, Madam Chair. But maintenance and restoration are two different things. This asset is reaching end of life, which is why we have a long-term restoration plan to ensure the bridge is in good condition for generations to come. Earlier this year, Council made the decision to replace the footpaths out of an abundance of caution. As we heard from the Lord Mayor last week, the city-side footpath will reopen later this year and the eastern path will follow later on. Crews have begun installing more than 1,500 metres of locally sourced steel to build a brand new support frame for the replacement footpath decking. This frame will hold the strong, lightweight decking that will replace the ageing footpaths. Similar decking was installed on the Cultural Centre boardwalk near the Queensland Art Gallery and Queensland Library in 2021 and is still in excellent condition. We know how important this active travel link is for cyclists and pedestrians, which is why we're working hard to deliver this solution. Now, just briefly before, Councillor Strunk mentioned the upgrade of the intersection of Archerfield Road, Azalea Street and Pine Roads. This was an election commitment with the Lord Mayor and our amazing candidate Kylie Gates. Councillor Strunk knows this project is underway. He knows it's important to this city. He was told as recently as 2 weeks ago that the project is funded and in the budget. He would have known that had he come along to the information sessions. As the Lord Mayor said earlier, our responsibility is to all the people of Brisbane, regardless of what ward they're in, and we know that this project is essential to the safety of commuters in that area. Unfortunately, there's been some pretty cynical political games being played by Councillor Strunk and the Labor MP out there, whipping up anxiety in the community. And it amuses me how on one hand those opposite bemoan the fact we communicate with our residents and on the other hand spread mistruths amongst the community. It's dishonest and disappointing, but sadly, it's not surprising. The Shrinner Council is committed
Councillor
to...
Parry, your time has expired. Further speakers, Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Look, just on the report here, it's been a great 12 months for the Council, and it's just an opportunity now to reflect on some of the wins we've had through that period. And of course, starting really anywhere in the program area, but why not start with e-mobility, which saw in the final quarter of 2025 more than 948,000 people use e-mobility within Brisbane City, a significant uptick in the use of that particular form of transport. The growth contributed to an impressive year-to-date total of 3.5 million trips and a cumulative 18.6 million e-mobility trips since the program launch in 2018, highlighting the community's ongoing interest and shift towards...
A moment, please, Councillor Wines. Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Would Councillor Wines take a question on why Brisbane City Council has pulled out of the parliamentary inquiry into e-mobility?
Councillor, you don't ask the question in that. Will you take a question, Councillor Wines?
No. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor
Look,
Cassidy.
I always
Councillor
appreciate
Wines.
the interest, but no, I'm not able to. No, not today. We also installed 7 brand new. Madam Chair, can I please be protected from the vicious interjections of Councillor Cassidy? It's the relentless interjections are hurting my feelings. That's how we say it, isn't it? That's what happens. I can't hear. So, as I say, the installation of 7 brand new e-mobility parking hubs across the CBD and inner suburbs to the quarter ending June 2025. These hubs facilitate the safe and convenient parking of e-scooters and e-bikes, supporting increased adoption of the shared mobility options, reducing street clutter. We've also invested a substantial $65.6 million into the planning, design and delivery of the active transport network, and this funding is dedicated to expanding and enhancing Brisbane's infrastructure for the purposes of walking, cycling and other active methodologies, with the purpose creating a safer, more accessible and interconnected system for residents and visitors alike. We continue the construction of CityCat 31, which will be launched in the relatively near future, representing the final vessel of the 4th generation of our CityCat fleet. The project remains on track for a November 25 launch, promising to deliver an even more modern and more efficient ferry service. Interestingly, our ferries have seen significant growth this last 12 months, with a 38% year-on-year increase in ferry patronage across the entire network, reflecting a significant growth in popularity as well as reliability of both city cats and kitty cats as a mode of commuting to work, but probably due to the significant increase in the choice of the ferry, city cat, kitty cat as a leisure opportunity for locals and visitors. We invested more than $80.6 million for the provision and ongoing maintenance of ferry services, ensuring the fleet remains safe, accessible and operates to a high standard for all users across all interest groups. We exceeded the milestone of 14.8 million free off-peak trips for seniors on buses and ferries since the program was initiated in October of 2019, and this initiative supports active living for older residents by making public transport more accessible and affordable, and thereby encouraging greater social participation and greater mobility. We invested $120 million in the continued provision of maintenance of bus and metro services throughout Brisbane. This ongoing commitment ensures frequent, reliable and comfortable journeys for passengers across our extensive public transport network. We launched the BNBN and Metro M1 services on the 30th of June, which of course puts them in last financial year, therefore within the review of this report, introducing 160,000 additional trips annually. This new network has improved or maintained journey times across 85% of commutes, offering more frequent services and better connectivity across key destinations in Brisbane. Metro routes now operate a high-frequency schedule, with services running every 5 minutes across the network during peak periods and at even higher frequencies at key inner-city destinations. This reduces waiting times and helps accommodate increasing passenger demand, particularly for metro vehicles, which have been shown to be very popular. We've maintained the city's popular high-frequency glider services while successfully integrating the PPT system into core services, and the integration supported by the 75-25 funding split, ensuring a sustainable model that maintains service qualities and increases accessibility for all Brisbane residents. It's just one more way that we as an organisation, we as a council, are keeping Brisbane moving and keeping a focus on the operations and improvement over time of a whole range of public transport offerings, whether they be buses, whether they be metros, whether they be ferries, kitty cats, city cats, or of course e-scooters. And whilst now held within the program area 2, last financial year saw program area 1 have oversight of the active travel system, which of course is among the best in the country and exceedingly popular and getting even more so.
Further speakers? Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on item A, and we've had a lot of passion in the chamber this afternoon. So where to begin? I'm going to start at the high level and then we'll get into some of the detail, and I'll speak really slowly so people can follow along. The contrast between the Schrinner Council and the Green-Red team couldn't be clearer today. We, on this side of the chamber, will always spend within our means so that we don't pass costs on to our residents. The Lord Mayor and our team want to keep Brisbane moving. The Green-Red team, coalition of chaos, want to just keep spending. They ignore inflation. They pretend it doesn't exist. They act as if scrapping, a newsletter might fix everything, all the while making $3.5 billion worth of unfunded election commitments. Now, Councillor Cassidy, he had his back to me in question time, but he clearly wasn't listening when I helped him correct some of the mistruths on the materials and the services budget. But, as expected, he then doubled down and he continued to peddle his outrageous claims in the ENC debate. I'll repeat it again for him, and maybe he will listen this time. He cropped a screenshot and missed half the statement. Just 2 rows below, where Councillor Cassidy decided to end his comparison, what can be found in the report, Madam Chair? Over $820 million spent on materials and services. That money
Councillor
was spent...
Cassidy, One moment, please, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Cassidy, I've cautioned you 3 times to not call out while another councillor is on their feet. During the whole time you spoke, nobody on this side called out. Your own team supported you, but nobody on this side called out. And we expect that same respect. Deputy Mayor.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Page 9.
No,
two lines
Councillor,
down from
that is
Materials
not a
Services.
point of
Says
order,
finance
please.
costs.
That is not a
It says
point of
finance
order.
costs.
And
It doesn't say $800 million.
I am. That is inappropriate. It is, Councillor. One moment, please, Deputy Mayor. First portion. Councillor Cassidy, as you have failed to comply with the request to take remedial action for your unsuitable meeting conduct, I hereby warn you in accordance with section 21(6) of the Meetings Local Law 2001 that failing to comply with the request may result in an order being issued. Deputy Mayor.
Point of order.
One moment, Deputy Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
I claim to be misrepresented.
I note your claim. Deputy Mayor.
2 rows below where Councillor Cassidy decided to end his comparison, what is found in the report? It's a figure of $820 million spent on materials and services for capital works that Councillor Cassidy wants everyone to ignore. Materials for projects like the Brisbane Metro and the Kangaroo Point Bridge. He conveniently chopped off half a financial report just to suit his narrative, and he's been caught out. The problem with this Leader of the Opposition is the facts never match his rhetoric. Madam Chair, he went on to talk about depreciation. That is a non-cash line in the reports and made out our financial statements are not audited. Well, Council has over $40 billion worth of assets.
Point of order.
And this... One moment, Deputy Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
I claim to be misrepresented.
I note your claim. Deputy Mayor.
As I was saying, Madam Chair, Council has over $40 billion in assets, and this increased by $1.3 billion this financial year just gone. We are required under the Australian accounting standards to depreciate these assets over their useful lives. Therefore, we are required to annually review the replacement value and the term of the useful life of the assets. In the higher inflationary economic climate that has existed over the last 3 to 4 years, this has led to increases in the value of Council's assets and by extension, increase the depreciation that Council recognises each year. All these revaluations are reviewed by internal accounting experts and provided to the Queensland Audit Office, who obviously undertake a very rigorous audit of that work. Madam Chair, if at the end of the financial year, all Councillor Cassidy has to talk about is non-cash accounting treatments and depreciation or deliberately cropping a screenshot, you know, he's scraping the bottom of the barrel. And maybe, just maybe, things aren't as bad as what he comes in here and makes out week after week after week. The Leader of the Opposition didn't stop there though. He compared the expenses in the City Governance program and complained that they were higher than other programs. Well, if he came to the information sessions, Madam Chair, he would know what the City Governance program funds. It's our pensioner rebate, the most generous pensioner rebate in Queensland. Not just that, but also our $60 discount for those who pay their rates on time.
Deputy Mayor, your time has expired. Further speakers? Note your two misrepresentations, please, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I was clearly in my speech today referring to page 9, where it says materials and services, and I gave the figure, and the Deputy Mayor said 2 rows below that was an $800 million spend. It's actually finance costs, 2 rows below that, page 9. So Deputy Mayor's clearly a bit confused about what's in her own budget here.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, don't call out, please. Second one, please, Councillor.
I said that this quarterly report is not audited by anybody. Deputy Mayor got confused, I think, and I thought I was talking about the overall budget or Council's financial statements. I said this document is not audited, which is true.
Are there any further speakers? No further speakers. We'll put that to the vote. We're going to take item A and B separately as requested by... Councillor Strunk, I caution you. Calling out while I'm speaking. We're now going to put item A to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 8 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now put item B to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour and 7 abstentions.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillor Wines, Public Transport Committee.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I move the report of the Public Transport Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 19th of August 2025 be adopted.
Madam Chairman, it's a significant honour to second the report. Thank you.
It has been moved by Councillor Wines and seconded by Councillor Toomey that the report of the Public Transport Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 19th of August 2025 be adopted. Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Madam Chair. The committee heard a report last week on the public transport services, the newly named division of the organisation in response to this year's organisational changes. I thought it was important the committee members have it explained to them the jurisdiction limitations, delivery program, expectations and organisational structure of public transport services, and to explain what is here now, what was in this committee and has moved elsewhere, and what's moved from those committees to here, and have a better understanding of the reporting system and the offices and the sorts of things that the Public Transport Services Division will now be doing. So the distinction is quite straightforward. Public transport services will be dealing with public transport services, and it will be delivering, focusing on delivering the bus network, the metro operational system, our ferry network and our e-scooter system, and our personal public transport systems as well. So, and all of the allocations of assets and operations within that now fall within public transport services. A clearer reporting system, a simpler structure and a more straightforward system. I thought it was important that our councillors on the committee have that explained to them, and this was this opportunity. I thought after we took a committee report on BNBN and the Metro 1 alignment, it was important to talk about the organisational structure so that the councillors on the committee understood the parameters of their committee. And so I look forward to contributions from the council.
Further speakers? No further speakers. We'll put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. That is carried. Councillor Parry, Infrastructure Committee.
Madam Chair, I move that the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 19th of August 2025 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Parry and seconded by Councillor Dixon that the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 19th of August 2025 be adopted. Councillor Parry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to give the Infrastructure Committee report. We had an excellent presentation on city parking from Florendia Dacios. City parking delivers safe, reliable and accessible parking services for Brisbane residents. Council has 2 off-street parking stations available in the city, King George Square, which we're all very familiar with, and Wickham Terrace car parks. King George Square car park was originally built in 1969 and could accommodate 980 vehicles. After being renovated in 2006, it now has a capacity for 494 vehicles, including 10 bays for electric vehicle charging. This includes the first EV charging station in Brisbane, installed in 2012. It's pretty cool. Likewise, the Wickham Terrace car park was built in 1961, and after being renovated in 75, it now holds 624 vehicles. Believe it or not, Madam Chair, the Wickham Terrace car park once had a service station inside.
Whoa.
There you go.
I did not know that.
Pretty interesting. These days, these 2 car parks are managed by the SCADATA system. This includes an integrated licence plate recognition system for a full windows up experience. The committee also heard how the introduction of 50-cent fares has seen patronage at these car parks decline. This is a good thing for our city, as it means more people are choosing to leave their personal vehicle at home and use public transport, which is what we all want. It was a great presentation that showed our parking assets and how they have evolved over time. Some of the historic photos were actually really interesting, and Councillor Marx pointed out all of the large cars back in the day. But then we realised that there's large cars these days now with all the dual cab utes that everybody seems to have. So that was an interesting travel back in time. It was a great presentation that showed our parking assets. And our wonderful presenter, Florendia, I have to praise her, she was fantastic. Madam Chair, I also wanted to give a brief update on some of the great outcomes we're delivering in the infrastructure portfolio at the moment. There is lots going on. Firstly, the Viola Place to Schneider Road bikeway. Of course, many thought this bikeway wasn't possible and that it was just too hard, but the former state Labor government certainly wanted it to be that way and bogged this project's approvals down with bureaucratic delays for years. So the cynical political ploy was designed to frustrate us, so we just give up and go into submission, but we wouldn't give up, we refused. So We have moved on with this project and the easement has been granted and we are now getting on with the job. And this week I'm pleased to report that we are making excellent progress. The concrete is being poured on the path and we are now getting well into construction. So once complete, this crucial connection will link cyclists from the Gateway Bridge to Kedron Brook and in the future the Brisbane Airport. This key link will be a major development in the Moreton Bay Cycleway and we're looking forward to completing it. We're looking forward to opening it to the public next year. Moving over to road safety, Madam Chair, Councillor Cassidy mentioned our speed awareness monitor rotations earlier. Drivers might know that these devices are known as our Slow for Sam signs, which I love seeing updated for the ECA. It's always really lovely to see that sort of. That's the part of the Brisbane charm, I think. These are a fantastic piece of infrastructure that encourage drivers to slow down in key locations across our wards, and we move them around to improve compliance and to make sure that we target different locations. As listed in the quarterly report, we've completed 340 location rotations of these devices, and that's fantastic to see because we know that our residents love these signs as much as we do. They help drivers understand our roads, decrease speeding and keep our residents safe, and it's just one of the ways that we are keeping Brisbane moving. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers, Councillor Strunk.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Listen, yes, I want to talk about the car parking facilities up at King George Square and, of course, up on Petrie Terrace. It was a presentation, and I deemed information I didn't know before the presentation, so that's always good to be a bit more informed. The numbers of parking stations within the two facilities, of course, was something that I obviously didn't know, and I didn't know the history behind the two as well. But one thing that sort of occurred to me during the presentation is that there was some chatter in regards to the fact that because of the 50-cent fares and, of course, the Metro, is that the car parking is just, the demand for car parking would probably decrease over a period of time, which I heard that, I'm thinking, no way that's ever going to happen. This car is tied to cars. This city is tied to cars. People like their personal conveyance, right? And maybe autonomous at some stage in the future. Who knows? It will be, I suppose. But I think it was a bit short-sighted. And I think, you know, with the growth of 600 families a week, or 600 people a week, I should say, into the city, the demand will increase exponentially, I think, over a period of time. Also, of course, the price that we charge for the car parking spaces there is very reasonable compared to other privately owned facilities, and especially on the weekend, right? And it's really, really convenient. It's really in the center. King George Square especially, those 500 car parks or 490 are really important for people that are visiting the city, whether they're shopping or going off to the theater or, you know, whatever they're doing in the city. EV charging stations, it's good that we commenced that in 2012, as the chair said, but I think, but we really haven't grown that facility in our car parks since then, I suppose. Really, I think, you know, if we want to encourage the uptake of EVs, right, for climate change reasons, and also for economics, for those people that don't want to buy petrol anymore at a up and a down and an up and a down. I think it's something that we should do. We should upgrade, especially King George Squares, to more and more of those EV charging stations, right? It's not all that expensive. I've just had one in a unit that I own in the car parking area, and it only cost me a couple $1,000s, and it was a pretty fair run from the switchboard to the where the car is parked. And I was quite amazed how reasonable it was to actually convert that. So I just think we're a little bit short-sighted here. I think we should roll out more EV charging stations there. It's a pretty good deal for the people that actually hire the space, as well as use the EV charger. I think they get a pretty good deal. And I think we just need to do more and more to encourage people to change over, to upgrade to an EV vehicle. the long-range ability of these new vehicles coming in from overseas are quite incredible. I know with my little Hyundai one, I get up to over 500 kilometres, right? Which is really terrific for such a small car. Anyways, I just want to make those comments. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers? No further speakers. Councillor Parry? We'll put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. Councillor Allen, City Planning, Suburban Renewal and Economic Development Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the report of the City Planning, Suburban Renewal and Economic Development Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 19th of August 2025 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Allen and seconded by Councillor Wolfe that the report of the City Planning, Suburban Renewal and Economic Development Committee meeting dated Tuesday 19th of August 2025 be adopted. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before moving to the committee report, I did want to provide a bit of an update for the benefit of the Chamber on the stats for the last financial year for the Development Services team. Specifically, there were 3,972 development applications completed during the year. 623 of these were approved material change of use for residential development. This resulted in a net increase of 11,104 new dwellings being approved. Notable DAs that contributed to the high number of dwellings last year included 204 Alice Street, Brisbane, where there was 1,027 units, 75 Longland Street, Newstead, where there's just over 1,000 units, 37 Ross Street, Newstead, where there's 735 units, 21 Wellington Road, East Brisbane, where there's 712 units, and 88 Merivale Street, South Brisbane, where there's 321 units. Madam Chair, as I'm sure you're aware, the South East Queensland Regional Plan intends for Brisbane to deliver an additional 210,800 dwellings by 2046. This constitutes an average of 8,432 dwellings per year. Council have again eclipsed this figure for the financial year. However, the issue now lies in constructing these homes for the market. And to that point, we're pleased to see the state government looking to improve both productivity and outcomes in the construction industry. So hopefully we'll see a lot more of those approvals turn to construction. The Shrinner Council will continue to do everything it can to provide suitable housing for our growing population while supporting the economic needs of our growing city today and into the future. Now, turning to the committee presentation, item A was for an approved development at 167 Apollo Road, Bulimba. Some of my colleagues in the chamber will know this is the former Bulimba Barracks site. The site will adjoin the existing fabrication workshop, which is also part of the barracks redevelopment and is located in the emerging community zone. Under the Brisbane City Plan 2014, the site falls under the Bulimba District Neighbourhood Plan and is well connected to public transport, both bus and ferry access on Apollo Road. The overall project site is subject to a preliminary approval, which has 4 precincts and allows for a maximum of 855 dwellings and 8,640 square metres of non-residential floor area. A superlot subdivision was also approved on part of the barracks site, which included 17 private lots, a road network and streetscape, a new riverfront park and additional infrastructure for the immediate vicinity. This code-accessible DA includes other change for material change of use, specifically for a multiple dwelling on a total site of 6,382 square metres. The site will have a building height of 3 storeys and will house 69 units, including 10 one-bedroom units, 38 two-bedroom units and 21 three-bedroom units. There is a 1,100 square metres of open communal space over 2 levels, which includes outdoor dining, a pool, sauna and day beds, as well as a pickleball court, putting green and outdoor area. The approved application has 680 square metres of deep planting, equating to 10.6%, as well as 1,962 square metres of landscaping across the site. There is no new direct vehicle access from Apollo Road, and basement level 2 will provide 179 residential car parks and 18 visitor spaces on basement 1. A dedicated bike storage facility will allow for 69 bicycle spaces for residents and 33 spaces for visitors. And Madam, I'll leave further debate to the chambers.
Further speakers? No further speakers, so we'll now put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it.
Seconded.
Division called by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Givney. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 21 in favour.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Strunk.
Yes, Chair. How much time have we got in our 3-hour?
Yeah, we have about 5 minutes, Councillor.
5 minutes? Thank you.
Councillor Davis, Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting of Tuesday the 19th of August 2025 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Davis and seconded by Councillor Marx that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting dated Tuesday, 19 August 2025 be adopted. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last week's presentation offered a comprehensive overview of WARS and its role in delivering Council's waste services across Brisbane. As you'd be aware, Madam Chair, with the restructure, Program 3 now has responsibility of waste across the city, and so it was terrific for Matt McCarthy, who's the General Manager of WARS, to come along and give us an overview of the responsibility of his area, and that includes things like managing contracts for waste collection, disposal and resource recovery, so that we can ensure that these services are delivered efficiently and, of course, to a high standard. Our waste collection services cover general waste, recycling and green waste for more than 900,000 bins, which service both households and public space infrastructure. Matt also noted that WARS currently and consistency receives positive feedback from the community regarding the quality and reliability of these services, and we will continue to strive to offer the very best service that we can. We operate 4 resource recovery centres located at Nudgee, Willawong, Ferny Grove and Chandler. These centres provide 90% of Brisbane's residents with access to waste disposal facilities within a 20-minute drive. And the centres accept both residential and commercial waste and offer free green waste and hazardous waste disposal days, as you are aware, across selected weekends throughout the year. We also learnt about Councillor Marx's favourite treasure troves, which are located at Geebung and Acacia Ridge. These facilities offer really good quality second-hand items to the public at affordable prices, and they're operated by Endeavour Foundation, and their work, as you are aware, Madam Chair, supports people with disability. There was so much that was discussed It was an excellent presentation and we look forward to hearing from Matt in the future. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Just briefly about this matter, I know there's only a minute or two left. There is an ongoing problem with the collection of multi-unit dwelling bins. I don't know what's going wrong at the moment. We've made numerous complaints over the last few months. Recycling and general waste bulk bins are being repeatedly missed. There is a systematic problem that needs investigation, and we've reported more again this week for residents. So it's not just a one-off. Some residents are missing multiple bins. Something's going wrong with the collection of multi-unit dwelling bins, and council should be investigating.
Further speakers? No further speakers. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank Councillor Johnston for her feedback, and I will pass that on to the team. Thank you.
We'll now put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. Councillor Hutton, Customer Services Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the report of the Customer Services Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 19th of August 2025 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Hutton and seconded by Councillor Adamant that the report of the Customer Services Committee meeting dated Tuesday, 19th of August 2025 be adopted. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And last week, our committee had a wonderful presentation from Michael McKenna, the General Manager of Library and Customer Services, regarding the customer service function within Council. It highlighted just how our Stringer Council is delivering on our commitment to making our services faster, better and more accessible for every resident in Brisbane. Customer service is at the heart of our organisation, and we want to ensure that residents can easily access services they need and when they want them. In 2024-25, Council managed more than 1.4 million customer engagements across all channels. 1.4 million. From face-to-face interactions at our customer centres to online forms submitted through our website. Each contact we receive is a valuable insight.
Sorry, Councillor Hutton, I do have to stop you there.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Under the provisions of section 3513 of the Meetings Local Law, on the expiration of the period allowed for debate of committee reports, I shall now put the motions to the meeting for the adoption of any committee report not yet voted upon without further amendment or debate. So we'll now put Customer Services Committee report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. We'll now put the Community and the Arts Committee report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. And we'll now put the Finance and City Governance Committee report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. Petitions. Councillors, are there any petitions? Great. Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of an Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? We'll now move to general business.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Huang.
Yep, I move that the standing rules be suspended in order to move a motion that is not listed on the agenda.
It has been moved by Councillor Huang to suspend standing orders and seconded by Councillor Dixon. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Huang.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. That as the Deputy Chair of the Council, I move that as Councillor Johnston has 3 orders of unsuitable meeting conduct issued within a 12-month period at the Council meetings on 5th November 2024, 19th November 2024, and 19th August 2025, and as Section 2110 of the Meeting Local Law requires that these matters must be dealt with at the next meeting of Council. So Council resolved to refer the matter to the Office of the Independent Assessor.
Seconded.
Yep.
Point of order.
It has been moved by Councillor Huang and seconded by Councillor Marx. One moment, please, everyone. Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. Could you just explain why this couldn't be put as a notified motion? This hasn't just come up. This was identified clearly last week. So why is this the process of which the LNP are taking?
Councillor, you yourself moved suspensions of standing orders, and that's exactly what Councillor Wong is doing now, so we're moving on. I'll just read that out again. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, Madam Chairman. Just to make sure everything's done properly here, can you please advise whether you have received, or Councillor Wong has received, any advice from City Legal regarding this motion? And if you have, can you please table that for all councillors?
No, Councillor, I'm going to read out the motion. I don't have to ask him that. If you want to see if he wants to answer a question, you can do that during the debate. The urgency motion reads that as Councillor Johnston
point of order,
has...
Madam Chairman.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Just to check, under the meetings local law, you are responsible as the Chair of Council for ensuring that motions put to this council are legally in accordance with the meetings local law. So I'm asking you as a procedural issue, Madam Chairman, whether or not you have sought any advice from City Legal or whether the LNP has with respect to this motion. And if you have, will you share that with the rest of us?
It's not my motion, Councillor, and I don't have to respond to that, but as I said to you earlier, there is a way that you can do that during the debate. The urgency motion is that as Councillor Johnston has 3 orders of unsuitable meeting conduct issued within a 12-month period at the council meetings on the 5th of November 2024, 19th of November 2024 and the 19th of August 2025, and as section 2110 of the meetings local law requires that these matters must be dealt with at the next meeting of council, Council resolves to refer the matter to the Office of the Independent Assessor. Councillor Huang.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Could you point me to the section of the meetings local law that deals with urgency motions, please?
Just clarifying, Councillor Cassidy, because it is a suspension of standing orders, not... Yeah. Yeah, it has been already voted upon, so we're now speaking to the motion. Councillor Wong.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
I've been given a motion here, which the title of which this motion, which will be, if it's voted up, a formal motion of council that's called an urgency motion. That is not allowed under the meetings local law. Therefore, it's incompetent.
When Councillor Huang spoke, I believe he said about the standing rules. I can see what you're saying about it saying urgency motion, but I believe he did say it correctly, even though there is that typo on the so that you can read it.
Point of order. Point of order, Chair.
Yeah, I've just had that. It did say suspension of standing orders. Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, so just seeking a ruling then. The meetings local law, which was amended by the LNP majority in here, was to get rid of the ability to move urgency motions, and you have to establish in suspending standing orders and moving a motion why it could not have been put on the notice by 1 p.m. yesterday.
I'll just read to you. I'll read to you the actual procedure that we're following. And it does say in section 12, number 2, however, council may, by resolution passed by the majority of councillors, suspend a standing rule to move a motion without notice about a matter that is not listed on the agenda pursuant to section 42(1), and that is what we are doing.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Massey. Just wait till I call you.
Sorry.
Point of order, Councillor Massey.
Sorry, could I just get some clarity, because on that, on section 12, number 2, if suspending standing orders relates to an issue that has arisen since the agenda was published, which was Monday when this issue arose last Tuesday.
I just read it out to you and it clearly says not listed on the agenda. So we've just clarified that. Councillor Wong.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. As you know, Council has been required to include certain provisions from the state government's model meeting procedures into the meeting's local law. The procedures were updated by the previous state Labor government.
Sorry, point of order, Madam Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Wong.
Yep.
Do you have a point of order,
Yes,
Councillor Johnston?
Point
of order.
So just to be clear, your ruling today is that if a councillor simply moves the suspension of standing orders, you accept it, and that they do not have to establish why it could not have been put on the agenda before 1 p.m.
If the majority of councillors pass that.
Sorry?
If the majority of councillors pass that, yeah.
I'm very confused here. I'm
Well,
so
it's
sorry.
it's there in, go to page 9,
Yep.
section 12, number 2.
Yeah, I'm familiar, but to do that isn't the process that you have to establish to the satisfaction of the council
No.
that there wasn't a reason it could not be put on the agenda by 1 p.m. the
No,
previous day.
no, that's not correct.
So that's not
Thank
really a
you,
rule.
Councillor.
Oh, okay.
Councillor Wong.
Yeah, thank you. I thought I'll start again. That Council has been required to include certain provisions from the state government's model meeting procedures into the meeting's local law. The procedures were updated by the previous state Labor government just days before they went into caretaker. One of the changes that Council was required to include was that if a councillor has 3 orders of unsuitable meeting conduct within a 12-month period, that the chair was required to deal with the conduct at the council meeting. The way these procedures have been written means that even though 2 of Councillor Johnston's orders of unsuitable meeting conduct have already been dealt with, they still count towards a total of 3 in a 12-month period. And as Deputy Chair of the Council today, I seek to ensure that at least part of the model meeting procedure in the meeting's local law is adhered by referring this conduct to the appropriate body, the Office of the Independent Assessor.
Further speakers. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on the motion, which is clearly orchestrated by you, Madam Chairman, as you sent it advice to me that you were doing this last night, and the motion moved by the Deputy Chair today. I'm going to place on the record a couple of things. First of all, 2 of the 3 matters that are being referred to in this motion are matters that on the 11th of February, this council referred to the OIA for investigation. So those 2 matters have clearly been dealt with respect to the rules that are established under the Local Government Act and the City of Brisbane Act. Now, Brisbane City Council, through the LNP, is seeking to double dip and to use those 2 previous breaches as some sort of ongoing rolling breach, because apparently I'm not breaching the rules enough that there are another 3 in a year. So they're choosing to use previous breaches to sustain another referral of 3 breaches. Now, this is unreasonable on any basis. It is certainly inappropriate that matters that this council has already assessed, debated, resolved to take action on are now being used for a second time to do exactly the same thing. This is an unjustifiable use of public resources, and it is a debauched reading of the relevant rules. I don't think anybody, any reasonable person would think that the same allegations, and they're only allegations at this point, can be used time and time again for the same process. That's not reasonable. That's not how things work. So on that basis, it is not appropriate that the council uses the same breaches again. Secondly, the referral that happened last week was not reasonable by any, the alleged meeting breach of last week was not reasonable on any grounds. The chair has a responsibility under the Act to act reasonably, to act fairly, and she did not do that. So we know that over the past more than a year and a half now that Councillor Landers has been the chair, every week there is a new ruling about whether you can use the word lie, lies, lying. And I note the Lord Mayor is not here, but he did it with impunity today. I note that during the debate last week, Councillor Landers made a number of false statements in her role. And she's backed that up today by making statements which did not apply to me last week either. But I'll start with the first statement by Councillor Landers, which was she had told Councillor Collier to withdraw. Now, I've checked the minutes as Councillor Landers suggested, and that did not happen. That did not happen. That was a false statement. And there's another word for that, but I'll be in trouble if I use it. Yes. It was a false statement made publicly on the public record. Secondly, Councillor Landers simply asked me a question, will I withdraw? Now, she hadn't made a ruling that I had engaged in any kind of unsuitable meeting conduct. She simply said, will I withdraw? This was at the deliberate prompting of the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Krista Adams, who today has stood up and called councillors drunken soldiers with impunity. The issue is there was no ruling made that I had engaged in unsuitable meeting conduct. In fact, which is again on the public record, Councillor Landers said, finally, if you do not withdraw, I will warn you. Councillor Landers did not do what she said. She did not issue any warning. Instead, Councillor Landers went directly to section 2110 of the Meetings Local Law, which says that only in the most egregious breaches can a councillor be noted in the minutes directly without warnings. Now, clearly using the word lies is not an egregious breach because Councillor Krista Adams has done it, the Lord Mayor has done it, Councillor Collier has done it, I've done it, Councillor Cassidy's done it, Councillor Wines has done it, and the list goes on and on. So the double standard here is that something that Councillor Landers determined was the most egregious breach by me is something that's been allowed by every other councillor in the chamber. This is a bad referral.
Councillor Johnson, your time has expired. Further speakers, Councillor Wines.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I'll just speak to the resolution very briefly. As I've said in the past, the way this is administered was changed by the former government very late in their term. So the Miles government brought this through, this requirement that it has to be done this way. As I've said in the past, I don't think that this is the correct way to do it. My preference would be that a matter such as this are a private matter. I think that the government's requirement that we do it this way by resolution is guilt by accusation, which I don't think is right. I think it should be, if such a thing happens, it should be done privately. I also think that this opportunity to create a kangaroo court environment is wrong. As we just saw from the previous speaker, a list of grievances not about the topic at hand but about you, Madam Chair, which is not the topic of the resolution. I think that this is best dealt with independently. I think this is best dealt with privately. I've said that in the past, and I'll say it again, and I'll say it in the future. I think that it's important that these are done not by political figures, as we all are in this place, but rather the OIA, and that is why we'll be referring the matter to the OIA, and I will also move that this resolution now be put.
Seconded.
Has been moved by Councillor Wines and seconded by Councillor Dixon that the motion now be put. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes.
Division?
The ayes have it.
Division.
Division
That's
called by
outrageous.
Councillor Chong Wang and seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 7 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillor Huang, your right of reply. Councillor Huang, right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, it is statutory referral, and by law we have to do it. And I remember last time when we did it, Councillor Johnston was not in the chamber because of conflict of interest, and I'm sure she decided to defend herself this time. Maybe she can do that to OIA. And we are here to do because of the requirement of the law. So I urge all councillors to support it.
We'll now put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Johnston. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 7 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now go to general business. Councillor Adderman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I rise to speak about the annual Brookfield Long Lunch, which was held at the Brookfield Showgrounds last Saturday. It was a pleasure to join about 2,000 others at what was the 10th anniversary of this important local community event. Not only is it an excuse for locals to don their finest and socialise into the night, more importantly, it's an opportunity to raise valuable funds for the upkeep and maintenance of the showgrounds, which is the hub of our Brookfield community. To Ali Bull and her hard-working team who organised this year's long lunch, we say a big thank you. Chair, I've spoken in this chamber many times about our award-winning Brookfield show. In years past, many communities throughout Brisbane used to host their own local agricultural shows, but times have changed, and now there are only two left, Brookfield and Mount Gravatt. I know I'll never convince my colleague Councillor Adams otherwise, but Brookfield lives up to its reputation of being Brisbane's best little country show. Indeed, that was confirmed when it was named in the Lord Mayor's Australia Day Awards earlier this year as Brisbane's #1 event in 2024. As an aside, the Shrinner Council, through its budget, is proud to fund the show and the annual Brookie Bush Christmas. Chair, as we know, to run a successful show, you need facilities such as the arena for horse events, pavilions for the art, photography, needlework, cooking, gardening and poultry displays, and areas for the bull riding, the dog show and wood chopping, and of course, Sideshow Alley. To ensure these facilities are maintained to deliver the real show experience for patrons, the Brookfield Show Society relies heavily on events such as the Long Lunch. In addition to raising funds through the sale of tables and food and beverages, a raffle was held on the day with proceeds supporting the Charleville School of Distance Education. Chair, unless you grew up in the bush, it's difficult to imagine the challenges of educating children in remote areas of this vast state. This school was established in 1966 as the School of the Air, with radio lessons being conducted from the Royal Flying Doctor Base. Students completed their instructional papers with the help of home tutors and teachers based in Brisbane. In 1989, it officially became the School of Distance Education, with a new building and some refurbished older rooms. HF radios were replaced by telephones in 2001, and today students participate in daily on-air lessons and communicate through email and web-based classrooms with their peers and teachers, and also have the opportunity to participate in face-to-face field events, allowing for assessment, socialisation and enhanced teaching and learning. This school is a very worthwhile recipient for funds, and it's a nice touch that the rural community in Brisbane's west is able to help out another 800 kilometres away. Thank you.
Further speakers. Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on 4 things today. 1 is the kangaroo court we just saw. 2 is Sister Angela Mary, and 3 is in relation to a couple of local events. First one is, if we were given the opportunity to speak, which we weren't, the LNP, Philip just pushed that through, guillotined that motion through. But I just want to say, I've been in this chamber for 22 years. I've been through 6 elections, and this is a very political chamber. In fact, this is the most political council in the country. And part of it being a political council is that it is run, and it has been run, by the LNP majority for all that time. I know that I've been through this process numerous times that we're now sending Councillor Johnston off to. It is misused by this council. It is misused by this LNP majority. Frankly, it shouldn't exist that we send people off to an independent person, so-called independent person. I don't believe that. I've said that publicly to the Labor state government, to LNP people and the Greens. Other houses of parliament, state and federal, deal with things properly in the chamber, not send it off for someone to look at and review. I just believe what we're seeing here today is pure political performance, and it also involves yourself, Madam Chair, because your rulings are so distorted and so constantly varying that you feel, as an opposition councillor, that you are just being singled out constantly, as has Councillor Johnston has been in this whole process. So no, this is a kangaroo court, this is a sham, and once again, Lord Mayor is nowhere around, showing no leadership. Second thing I'd like to speak to is to honour Sister Angela Mary's 100th birthday. She's a great person who I've met and who I know. She's done a lot for the Catholic Church in Brisbane and a lot for the community in Brisbane. I have particular respect for her and her community working for those people who had AIDS or are dying of AIDS. And she did so at a time when we had an LNP council or LNP state government in who actually were fearful of gay people and fearful of people with AIDS and didn't fund them. So it's good, and it's even amazing to hear the Lord Mayor say something positive about Sister Angela when it comes from a party that are so homophobic.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Marx.
I have heard many things in this chamber over the 14 years. That is the most outrageous thing I've ever heard, and I ask that the council withdraw that comment. Seriously, we have family in this chamber. Us in the chambers have family,
Councillor,
and that is not an acceptable statement to make.
That's not a point of order, for goodness sakes.
Is that a point of order?
Councillors, can we all just
no.
please be calm. Thank you, Councillor Marks. You can get up and speak next, okay?
Yes, you can
I
speak.
understand it has upset a lot of us, and I understand, but it's not a point of order, and you can hop up next and speak. Councillor Griffiths, fire away.
Thank you, and I'm being interrupted yet again. But my experience is the LNP, and I'm not saying everyone in this room, but the LNP have stood beside the LNP party have stood beside very homophobic actions.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Howard.
It's Lawrence Springborg that got the funding for AIDS in the first place, and that should be recorded into it. I don't care if it's a piece of order.
No.
What you've just said is disgusting. You've upset one of our councillors for no reason other than that you're being a nasty...
Thank you, Councillor. Again, councillors, you may speak in general business, and we will let Councillor Griffiths say what he has to say on the record.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
That's clearly not a point of order by either councillor. They're just interjecting because
Councillor,
they disagree.
neither is your
Are you
point
going
of
to
order.
take action under the rules for their breach of behaviour standards?
I don't do that with points of order that are not points of order. As you know, there are many reasons why I do, but that's not one of them. It's not a point of order, and nor is yours. Again, Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I think history, it's written in black and white, the history of the LNP. And it's written in their policies, so they can say what they like, but it's written in your party's beliefs and in your history. Now,
Councillor Griffiths, your time has expired. Councillor, just one moment. Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I wish to rise on one item of general business. Last week's In Daily held their 40 Under 40 awards night. It was lovely to attend with Councillor Vicky Howard. Now, there were a couple of Hamilton Ward residents who were recognised for being a great leader, trailblazer or innovator and under 40. So I just wanted to touch on a couple of Hamilton Ward residents who were honoured. Firstly, there was Tioni Young, who is the co-founder of the Australian School of Entrepreneurship Group. I've met Tioni a few times and at community events, and it's no surprise that she was a successful finalist. Together with her partner Taj, they run the Australian School of Entrepreneurship that seeks to educate our future generations about enterprise. So congratulations, Tioni. But amongst all the 40 Under 40 finalists, there was another special Hamilton Ward resident. He's probably doing the bath and dinner routine right now, but I just wanted to give a shout out to my husband, Matt, who was also recognised as a finalist. It was very well deserved. Not only is he a terrific dad, yeah, I am a bit biased, but he is a terrific dad, he's a terrific husband, and he's a very accomplished professional too in his own right. So well done to all the 40 Under 40, especially my husband, Matt. So thank you, Chair.
Further speakers. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on a number of issues, including same-sex marriage, the rules around conduct breaches and some local matters if I have time. Firstly, I'd just like to put on the record that the Liberal National Party of Australia's position about same-sex marriage was to oppose it. Numerous federal members in the LNP crossed the floor to oppose the postal vote for the plebiscite. The leadership of the LNP has repeatedly, and that's just the latest example I can think of off the top of my head. Now, a number of us were here when some of the most foul and inappropriate things were said when we debated the issue here in Brisbane City Council at the time, and Councillor Angela Owen and Councillor Norm Wyndham at the time said foul things during the debate here, where our city did support gay marriage. Yeah. So it's been one of those issues, I think, where the LNP have their heads buried in the sand if they don't recognise that these kind of actions and Councillor Griffiths was talking about the LNP political party. aren't buried in the sand. We know the young Liberals stormed into libraries, and there's been all sorts of activities going on to disrupt Rainbow Families story time. Rainbow Families who are out there supporting the families of children. You know, there's a list of these things that could go on and on and on. And if you're not aware of your own party's history...
Point of order, Madam Chairman.
Point of order, Councillor Toomey.
I know this is not a point of order and it'll be ruled out of order, but I am deeply offended by what Councillor Johnston is saying.
You can do your general business following Councillor Johnston. Councillor Johnston.
If Councillor Toomey is not aware of his own party's history, he should go and have a bit of a look at it, because it is not a good one when it comes to these issues. Now, the next thing I'd like to discuss is Councillor Wine's hypocritical speech with respect to the conduct... I heard that. Well,
Councillor Cassidy, I suggest you don't bring that up. Yes, well, I didn't, and I suggest you don't, because I did hear what you said earlier. Let's not go down that. Let's not go down there, and you and I both know it. Councillor, do not call out.
I am not going to be called a piece of shit by Councillor Toomey.
No, Councillor, no.
And that needs to be withdrawn.
No, Councillor
That needs
Johnston.
to be withdrawn, Madam Chairman. I am offended. That is a breach of the rules. It is unsuitable meeting conduct to call someone a shit, and you have to take action against him.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Adams.
This is one of the most disgusting GBs I've heard in my 18 years here, and I move that the meeting is now closed.
Seconded. Seconded.
Just remain quiet, please, instead of antagonising everybody. I am checking that that is able to be done to make sure that we are doing the right thing. You should be happy that I'm checking that. Councillor Johnston and Councillor Strunk, I caution you. Of course. Sorry, Councillor Strunk. Councillor Griffiths, I caution you. I'm sorry, I don't believe that that can be done. So I am asking Councillor Johnston to continue your general business.
The behaviour of LNP councillors in this place tonight has been outrageous. And I am deeply offended that Councillor Toomey has shouted out across the chamber, "That's bullshit," yes, about me, and that the Chair of Council has taken no action against Councillor Toomey. So I'll say this. The LNP's behaviour towards women is on full display this evening. No LNP councillors have hopped up to say, oh, that was wrong, Councillor Toomey shouldn't have done that. Last week, Councillor Cunningham led the charge. Everyone else had their talking points, and they said how disgusting it was to attack female councillors. Now, I didn't attack anybody in this chamber. I've simply confirmed things that are on the public record, that the LNP's party position has been that they did not support gay marriage. Now and that numerous federal members crossed the floor. Now, I just want to say briefly, Councillor Wine's hypocritical behaviour here early today, basically saying that, and Councillor Wong as well, that we're only doing this because the state government made us do it. Well, I'm just going to put on the record the City of Brisbane Act, Meetings Local Law, does not require councillors to refer this matter to the independent assessor. It is not a mandatory referral, and councillors can vote against referring it. Now, that's in the Meetings Local Law, which is very clearly before all councillors today. It's just that the LNP want to do this. So Councillor Wines' hypocritical statement that we don't think this should be done, we think it should be done privately, is completely untrue. Because these matters do not have to be referred to the OIA. Now, that's what the legislation
Councillor
says.
Johnston, your time has expired. Further speakers? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak about hypocrisy. I have been in this chamber for a very long time, and I can never remember anything quite as bad as what we have witnessed tonight from those on the other side. We have a councillor who has left in tears because somebody couldn't have the decency to withdraw a statement that was obviously upsetting someone. We have people who are rewriting history. So let me put some... I wish I could. Well, can I just say, I was in this chamber for a very, very long time before the councillor for Maruka decided that he would support the gay community, a very long time. Can I
Councillor
also
Griffiths.
say... Can I...
Point of order.
Point of order.
As well as being offensive, it's untrue.
No,
it's not
are you saying
untrue.
that you've got a point of misrepresentation or...
Claim to be misrepresented.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, the record will show that I was the very first councillor in this chamber who supported the Pride March. The very first one. Not one ALP person.
One moment, please, Councillor Howard. People are being rude and shouting
Absolutely,
over the
'cause
top
that's
of you.
what they're
Just
like.
touch your mic, please, and we will wait. Councillor Johnston and Councillor Griffiths. I ensured that you were heard. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I will repeat. I was the very first councillor in this chamber to provide funding for the Pride March. I was the very first councillor in this chamber that lobbied for a Pride footpath, which is still there outside Sporties. And I am...
Again, Councillor, please stop your mic. Councillor, I am cautioning you. You are being inappropriate. I've asked you several times to stop doing that. Everyone can have their say, and you all need to be quiet and listen to those people. You all get your turn.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Claim to be misrepresented.
You weren't, nobody mentioned you. I don't think so. I don't uphold that point of order.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Just one moment. I don't believe Councillor Howard mentioned you, Councillor Johnston.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Can we just... Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chairman, my understanding is the rule is that if a councillor believes that they have been misrepresented in part of their speech, that they can make some clarifying comments. And I believe that I've been misrepresented in my speech, and I would ask for the opportunity to correct the record.
You've been misrepresented in your own speech. Okay. I'll just note it. Councillor Howard.
Well, to be clear, Madam Chair, I wouldn't waste my breath on mentioning the member, the councillor for Tennyson, because every week we have to put up with some disgusting, and I do mean disgusting, comments from that person. Let's set the record straight. Gay marriage was brought in by Malcolm Turnbull, a Liberal Prime Minister. Let's be straight. AIDS were supported, the AIDS group was supported by Lawrence Springborg, a Liberal National Party person. And let's be really, really clear. How many years do we have to listen to this stupidity that goes on when all we should be doing is supporting every single person who is a citizen of this city, whether they be, whatever they be? This is just ridiculous. I know that our community, the community that I love and adore, that I represent here in the heart of this city, don't want to be singled out with a label. They just want to get on with being good citizens, which they jolly well are. And to hear the nonsense that's gone on tonight, it's just a disgrace. So, Madam Chair, back to my point of hypocrisy. Could we just please, all of us, draw a line in the sand? Every week we come into this chamber and we have people standing up and being as nasty as they possibly can to each other. We have people getting upset on both sides of the chamber by information that they misinterpret, and that is not what we are here for. We are here to represent the people of Brisbane, and we need to get on with that. And on that note, I will move that the meeting be closed.
No, I've already established that we're not doing that. Can I please ask Councillor Griffiths for your point of misrepresentation first?
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. I just want to say the statements Councillor Howard made in relation to me, I totally deny and are totally untrue and unfounded.
And Councillor Johnston?
Councillor Howard's made a number of false statements about me, implying certainly she was the first councillor to support a footpath, but in fact the LGBTIQ community came to me because the LNP would not support the footpath. Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chair, I move that you have engaged in unsuitable meeting conduct by failing to take action with Councillor Stephen Toomey's offensive interjections, shouting at me that's bullshit across the chamber, and that you have failed in your obligation as the chair and have, as such, engaged in unsuitable meeting behaviour.
Seconded.
It has been, a motion of unsuitable meeting conduct of the chair has been moved by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Cassidy. I'll now vacate the chair and leave the chamber.
Any further debate on the motion? Councillor Johnston.
Yes. The reason that this chamber is experiencing some problems is because of the ongoing unsuitable meeting conduct of the chair, Councillor Sandy Landers. Week after week, the chair refuses to enforce the same standards in relation to myself and Labor councillors and LNP councillors. It's only recently during the budget debate that Councillor Landers denied taking action against Councillor Vicky Howard, who called Councillor Jared Cassidy a piece of shit. The person who stood in this chamber today and claimed that I'm a hypocrite, that the Labor councillors are hypocrites, this is the same person who called a Labor councillor.
Point of order.
I just want to move a procedural motion. I move that we go to dinner for 1 hour and return. Yep.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Dixon, seconded by Councillor Givney, that we now take a dinner break for the period of 1 hour, and the door will be locked after all councillors leave the chamber. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no.
No.
The ayes have it.
Division.
Seconded.
No, seconded. Okay, I'll see you all after an hour. Councillor Johnston, you have 4 more minutes left. 4.
Yes, thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. The motion before us today is that the Chair has engaged in unsuitable meeting conduct by failing to address Councillor Toomey swearing loudly across the chamber, which was heard by multiple councillors. I've checked the minutes, the recording. You can hear Councillor Toomey, and clearly you can hear 2 councillors saying, I heard that. Now, this follows the Chair's decision not to take action against Councillor Howard during the budget for swearing at Councillor Cassidy. So no action was taken at that stage either. The Chair has made it clear, however, that swearing in the chamber is not suitable meeting behaviour. And yet when the LNP councillors do it, she refuses to take action against them, even when it's clearly done from across the chamber. The failure of the Chair to take action as is her responsibility under the meeting's local law is unsuitable meeting behaviour. She cannot allow councillors to swear at other councillors and get away with it. It's not appropriate. Now, Councillor Toomey left the chamber immediately afterwards. I'm sure he feels that perhaps he made a mistake doing that. But what should have happened is the Chair of Council should have warned Councillor Toomey for engaging in that behaviour. It is just not appropriate that you swear at another councillor, as the LNP councillors are doing, not just once, but on multiple occasions now, and the Chair has failed to address that behaviour. It is unsuitable meeting behaviour by the Chair, and it should not be allowed. Now, I'll also say that the LNP have last week made a big deal about male councillors on the Labor side attacking female councillors. Now, the LNP are doing that themselves. That is just not appropriate. It is also not appropriate that Councillor Landers continues to run a protection racket for the LNP councillors, as she has done in this chamber now on so many issues. But swearing is a pretty basic one, I reckon. I've been noted in the minutes for swearing, that wasn't on the record. That was an interjection off the record. Anybody wants to read what I said, they can go back and read it. But I got in trouble for that. But I note that the LNP councillors do not. And that is where the unsuitable meeting behaviour is happening. Councillor Landers has refused to uphold her own rulings which say that swearing is not allowed in this chamber, and she is allowing swearing to happen by LNP councillors, including Councillor Stephen Toomey this evening, and everybody should be supporting a motion of unsuitable meeting behaviour against her, because it is a breach of the standards of behaviour in this place. In addition, Councillor Toomey should apologise and withdraw.
Any further speaker? Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Look, once again, I mean, it's like a weekly occurrence now where Councillor Johnston attacks Councillor Landers in many ways gratuitously and unfairly. the accusations laid at Councillor Lander's feet, again, were wide-ranging and oftentimes unfair. It's a difficult job. I feel like I talk about this every week. It's a difficult and lonely job up there, as you well know, Mr Chair. And if Councillor Landers says she didn't hear it, then she didn't hear it. I have to take her word. At that point, you have to take her word for it, and I do. And so what I'm saying is, once again, we find ourselves in a position where Councillor Johnston is attacking the chair and calling them incompetent again. As I say, an increasingly common occurrence.
Point of order.
Yeah, point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted.
And so, once again, the ordinary conduct of the meeting is interfered with because of a grievance that doesn't involve other people, I suppose, other than the subjects of it. And so I suppose for those of us who are here to try and conduct the business of the council, it gets increasingly difficult. But as I say, the chair of council is a difficult position, a lonely position. Once again, Councillor Lander's character and conduct has been unfairly attacked, as it was last week, as it has been a number of times recently. And I just think that on some level, if a person says they didn't hear something, they didn't hear it. We do have to, at some point, take people at their word. And that is my clear view. As I say, because we do this every week, the limitations of the credulity of the accusations Councillor Landers get more and more, they pile on each other. But I just think to myself, Councillor Landers, in my view, does a good job. She did a good job today. She continues to do so, and I believe that she should remain in that position. I trust many councillors also do. As a result, and in the name of conducting the balance of the business of this council meeting, I also move that this resolution be put.
Seconded.
It was moved by Councillor Wine, seconded by Councillor Dixon, that the motion to be put. But before that, Councillor Johnston, your misrepresentation, would you like to? Okay, well, I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bell. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 14 in favour and 7 against.
The motion is carried. Councillor Johnston, would you like to start with your misrepresentation first? Or you want to do the right of reply?
Right of reply.
Yeah, right of reply.
Misrepresentation. Did I?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, I did. Councillor Wines said that I called Councillor Landers incompetent. In fact, I said she had undertaken breaches of the meeting's local law and was engaging in unsuitable meeting behaviour.
Yep, Councillor Johnston, your right of reply.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. There's two issues I want to make three issues I want to make in reply. All night, the LNP have used their massive majority to guillotine debate. They have changed the meeting's local law to reduce the amount of time for debate. They have changed the meeting's local law to reduce the amount of discussion about the agenda items. They've tried to shut the meeting down twice tonight improperly. They have interrupted my speech and gone to the dinner break, which doesn't happen normally. They have, at every opportunity, tried to stifle debate in this place, both through changing the rules and in their behaviour today. And that just demonstrates that they are not genuine about engaging in proper debate in this place. Secondly, Councillor Wines has criticised me yet again for undertaking the process that was established by the state government and that was voted upon by Councillor Wines in this place. I did not vote for the meeting's local law. Councillor Andrew Wines did. And when he voted for the meeting's local law, he established a process by which we have to move unsuitable meeting conduct in the chair as a process of the rules that the LNP voted in this place, including Councillor Andrew Wines. And week after week he stands up and says, I am doing something wrong by raising this process democratically under the meetings law through the proper process. It is the process that Councillor Wines voted for. It is the process that most of the councillors on this side of the chamber voted for and to establish. It is an outrageous thing to stand up and say, I am doing something wrong, when it is the law with respect to how these matters have to be addressed in the council chamber. And it is hypocritical of Councillor Wines to stand up in this place and say, I am doing something wrong, when this is the very procedure that he and his colleagues established, voted for and support. Finally, with respect to the issues before us today, Councillor Landers has on multiple occasions now allowed LNP councillors to swear at myself and at Councillor Cassidy, despite saying on the record that she thinks swearing is unsuitable meeting behaviour and that we should not do it. Now, Councillor Wines' argument tonight is, well, Councillor Landers says she didn't hear it. Councillor Landers did not say that. As soon as Councillor Trina Massey and Councillor Cassidy said, I heard that, she shouted at Councillor Cassidy, don't you start. Yes. I raised it as a point of order and she said it's not a point of order. She's never once said she didn't hear it. And we could hear it on this side of the chamber. You can hear it in the back of the recording. So Councillor Landers didn't say that. That is what she used to justify not taking action against Councillor Howard during the budget debate, when she called Councillor Cassidy appallingly rude words. But Councillor Howard then stood up, apologised and withdrew. Now, Councillor Howard admitted on the record that she did call Councillor Cassidy a swear word, and she admitted it and withdrew it. No action was taken against her. This is a councillor who self-admits that they swore, and still, because she is a member of the LNP, the chair will not take action. Yep. And it's the same thing tonight. Councillor Toomey did this. There is no question. Everybody heard it. It could be clearly heard from this side of the chamber. It is the unsuitable meeting conduct that Councillor Landers is engaging in by, one, not applying the same standards of behaviour to all councillors. Councillors should be treated in a respectful way. Not being sworn at is a respectful thing, and that is the rule that has been established by Councillor Landers. It is a rule, however, that when I am sworn at or a Labor councillor is sworn at is considered to be acceptable by Councillor Landers. So her unsuitable meeting conduct stems from her failure to enforce the rules that she has established and her failure to enforce the code of conduct against LNP councillors when they engage in unsuitable meeting conduct. And that's what's happened tonight. Councillor Toomey has sworn at me tonight. He has not withdrawn it. He has not apologised. And the Chair of Council has taken no action against him. It is now a pattern of behaviour by Councillor Landers,
Councillor
and it's not appropriate.
Your time has expired. Now I put the motion to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bell. Please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 14 against.
The motion is lost. Councillors, please return to your seats. And before I invite Councillor Landers to come back to the chamber, I would like to say a few words. I believe this chamber is a place for democratic and robust debate, but that doesn't mean we can cross the moral boundaries. The spirit of democracy is for those who have the power to exercise restraint. And honestly, some of the standards of behavior and languages in this chamber is getting lower and lower. Honestly, it's going below the acceptable level of our society. So here I ask all councillors in this chamber to uphold the integrity, dignity and standards this chamber deserves. Thank you. Can someone advise Councillor Landers, the chair, to come back to the chamber? Madam Chair, there's no wrongdoing. There's no unsuitable meeting conduct of you. Any further general business? Councillor Massey.
Chair, I rise to speak on 2 topics, if I can get there. 1, the LNP party's track record in LGBTIQ plus rights, and 2, Pride Play Day. I'm just going to read out some of the things. I'll start with the state party. This is the track record on LGBTIQ plus rights. And this, of course, is being said as everyone, and I just want to make this clear. We just saw a bunch of Liberal councillors just go, ugh, noting that I am the only open member of the LGBTIQ plus community in chambers. So, the first thing is the ban of gender-affirming care for minors, date January 2025. Repealed bans on conversion therapy. Date August 2020. Supported anti-trans motions opposing trans women in sports, May 2022. Blocked LGBTIQ plus consultation in the Religious Discrimination Bill, August 2024. At a federal government level, apart from scoring the lowest recommendation for commitments to the LGBTIQ plus community in the Equality Australia voting guide, they opposed direct reform on marriage equality and pushed for a plebiscite. Before 2017, actively blocked multiple marriage equality bills to push it to a public vote. I'll read those bills out. The same-sex marriage bill blocked by the LNP pre-2017. September 2004, May 2017, 22 separate bills aimed at legitimizing or recognizing same-sex marriage were introduced to federal parliament. All failed to pass. All were blocked by the LNP party. This includes in 2012. In 2015, the Marriage Legislation Amendment Bill. The 2016, 2 private member bills, one from the crossbench and the opposition at the time, to amend the Marriage Act to allow same-sex marriage. The coalition also rejected a compulsory plebiscite hold. And of course, let's not forget, during the Howard government in 2004, the Marriage Act was amended to explicitly define marriage as between a man and a woman, a move widely criticised as entrenching discrimination. The negative impacts of the forced plebiscite: increased stigma and discrimination. The plebiscite gave a national platform to anti-LGBTIQ plus campaigners, which ran ads questioning the legitimacy of same-sex families and attacking trans and queer people. Mental health harm, Research from the Australian Psychology Society, Beyond Blue and universities found spikes in anxiety, depression and suicide ideation among LGBTIQ+ people during the plebiscite. Young people were most affected. They reported higher rates of bullying at school, family conflict, and distress from seeing their rights publicly debated. Earlier today, in State Parliament, the LNP Minister for Domestic Violence said, for Wear It Purple Day, to protect women, you have to define a woman. This is on a day that was supposed to celebrate and support uplifting young LGBTQI+ people. Obviously, that statement alienates and harms communities. I'm sure there are many councillors in here, if not all, that are personally supportive of the LGBTIQ+ community. But this list that I've just read through is what the Liberal Party has done, is doing, and it is creating harm. Don't put your head in the sand.
Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy was first on his feet. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on the March for Palestine over the weekend. I joined over 200,000 people here in Australia and over 400,000 people in Israel, and millions around the world who have publicly demonstrated in the last couple of months about the intolerable situation in Gaza and the West Bank at the hands of the government of Israel. The march in Brisbane on Sunday attracted tens of thousands of people. I know there's some conjecture about the final number. And as with these sorts of events, there are things displayed and said that you don't always agree with. There were some instances of that, and I want to put on record my absolute rejection of signs and chants that targeted people of the Jewish faith and espoused violence towards Israel and Israeli people, and the instance of a Hamas flag being displayed. The people I went with and spoke to there, though, have been watching on with horror at the immense loss of innocent lives and the disproportionate killing of children in Gaza by the actions of the current government of Israel. I spoke to mums and dads, they're young professionals, and journalists and other people who work in the media, who've all been appalled at what we are watching unfold on a daily basis. I was very quick to condemn Hamas and show my strong support for Israel in the wake of the October 7 attack. I've done that. I did that publicly. The fact that Hamas are still holding hostages almost 2 years later is a travesty for those people and their families. But the response by the government of Israel over the last 2 years has been well beyond the realms of proportionate. The fact that 28 children have been killed every day for the last 2 years is heart-wrenching. Imagine whole classrooms full of kids at local schools who we went and visited during Book Week being killed every single day. I've always supported a two-state solution, and the decision of our federal government to announce that recognition of the state of Palestine is the right thing to do, and the caveat that Hamas plays no part in a lasting peace is also the right thing to do. Would I have attended a rally like that a few years ago? Probably not. But it's not my politics and my views and values that have changed, it's the situation that has changed. There have been countless breaches of international law, not least in the last day, where we saw, again, targeting of hospitals, health workers and civilians. The people of Israel deserve to live in peace, as do the people of Palestine. Innocent people are not targeted during combat by governments and leaders who have decent morals and values. And of course that goes for both sides. Again, put on record my support for a two-state solution with a lasting peace between both sides, and again support all of the international community that is pushing not just the government of Israel but also their friends in the US to a position where we see the targeting of women and children and civilians by the government of Israel ended.
Further speakers? Councillor Chongwa.
I also rise to speak on the genocide happening in Palestine. We have spent 22 months watching the horror of a live-streamed genocide, man-made famine and ethnic cleansing in Palestine by the State of Israel and the IDF. Truly heartbreaking. Tens of millions of people across the world have been protesting against this genocide over the last 22 months. On Sunday, over 50,000 people showed up in Brisbane alone for humanity. The people of Brisbane can see the complicity in all levels of government. The LNP and Labor Party have blood on their hands. I do acknowledge that Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Collier attended, and I know that many Labor members desperately want federal government to take genuine action. In these 22 months, the Albanese government has remained complicit on war crimes against humanity. Shamefully, Penny Wong, Foreign Minister, said the F-35 is a non-lethal in nature, when it's clear that the F-35 play a significant role in airstrikes and bombing of Gaza. The F-35 components continue to be sold and exported from Australia. We demand the Albanese government to sanction Israel, call out the illegal occupation, end the two-way arms trade and support humanitarian and medical aid. The LNP has enabled a genocide and ethnic cleansing through their wholehearted support of a militant, extremist Israeli government. This LNP encourages Israel to kill and maim Palestinians, saying Israel has the right to defend itself. But in their view, Palestinians do not have any such rights of defence or resistance, even after 58 years of occupation and apartheid. The LNP goes against the United Nations, the international legal system and the international human rights community. The Israeli government National Security Minister has been convicted of spreading racism and supporting terrorism. He and other key government ministers have been sanctioned by 5 countries, including Australia, Norway and UK. The Israeli Prime Minister is also wanted by the International Criminal Court. Over 100 humanitarian organisations are demanding action to end the Israel siege of Gaza. All the international human rights organisations have stated categorically that this is a genocide, as well as 2 Israeli human rights organisations. As well as the LNP, the Murdoch News Corp media, who control large portions of Australian media, have also remained silent on this genocide. Think tanks closely allied with the State of Israel, the Murdoch media and the LNP political party have spread the dangerous rhetoric that calling out the State of Israel is anti-Semitism. It's important to distinguish Zionism versus Judaism. Many Jewish academics have spoken out to make it clear that Zionism is a settler colonial movement. Judaism is an ancient religion and a cultural identity, while Zionism is a political ideology focused on Israeli nationalism and statehood. There is no question that Jewish people have a long, ancient history and connection to the area of Israel and Palestine. It's not anti-Semitism to be anti-Zionist. In fact, weaponising Zionism is only leaving Jewish people more vulnerable to real anti-Semitism. What's happening in Palestine is not just about religion. It's an economy of occupation that has become an economy of genocide. The Tel Aviv Stock Exchange increased its value by 179% since the invasion began. Francesca Albanese, UN Special Rapporteur on Palestinian human rights, demonstrated that Israeli arms and tech companies profiteer from the surveillance and killing of Palestinians throughout this genocide. A prominent scholar, Professor Omar Bartov, Israel-American of Holocaust and Genocide Studies, Brown University, recently wrote, "I'm a genocide scholar. I know it when I see it," in the New York Times. Many Jewish people around the world have called out this genocide, not in our name. The United Nations defined genocide as acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial or religious group. Israel has destroyed nearly all of Gaza, repeatedly displaced the enclave's population, killed at least 61,000 people and imposed a suffocating blockade that sparked deadly hunger in the territory. We now live in a global world where the genocide is being live-streamed. We must all take responsibility to call out these crimes against humanity of genocide, occupation and ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people and send a clear demand to our government to end this complicity.
Further speakers, Councillor Wolfe.
Wow.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And I rise to speak on 3 positive local items. With passion. So the Gopio Fair, India Day Fair, the Teddy Bears Picnic, which happened in my local ward, and the Youth Ambassador Program, all of which focus on inclusion, all of which focus on kindness, and all of which focus on local community. So I want to take a moment to celebrate the rich multicultural life that we have here in Brisbane and the incredible contributions of our diverse communities. Recently, many of us had the pleasure of attending the Gopio India Day Fair. It was a spectacular event full of colour, music, vibrancy and dance. But more importantly, it was a celebration of Indian culture, heritage, community spirit right here in our city of Brisbane. Events like this show us how multiculturalism isn't just an idea, it's a lived experience here in Brisbane. It's the way families come together, communities showcase their heritage, and how we can join in to celebrate together. It reflects the kind of city that we are. We are welcoming, we are inclusive, and we are proud of our city. As a councillor, I see these events as more than just celebrations. They're actually about connection. They give our young people role models to look up to, our seniors a chance to share traditions, and all of us an opportunity to learn from one another. Multicultural festivals remind us that the strength of our city lies in the richness and diversity of our people. I also want to give a big shout out to all of those who came along to celebrate the upgrades to my local Taringa Playground Park, which was the Teddy Bears Picnic. How lovely, something fluffy, cute to bring along with you. It was such a joyful day for families and children and community groups all coming together to experience the new facilities. These kinds of community celebrations show us how important our local parks are. They're not just places to play, they're places to connect, read a book, meet neighbours and build memories together. On the topic of young people, I also want to share an exciting update on the Youth Ambassador Program, or as I like to refer to it, the YAP, for all of our yappers. We just launched it last week for the Inner West. This program is one that I'm particularly proud of. It will provide young leaders in our community with the chance to step up, represent their peers, and to make a difference. Already, we're seeing an incredible, enthusiastic group registering, and they're all flowing into the program. The program will explore projects on sustainability, youth mental health, entrepreneurship, and strengthen our intercultural understanding. So whether it's the India Day Fair, families with teddy bears, or conversations with young leaders connecting to the Youth Ambassador Program, one message is clear. Brisbane is stronger when we embrace diversity and empower our voices and build bridges across cultures and generations. As a councillor, I'm committed to supporting these local initiatives to make our community feel seen and heard, and to ensure that our young people have the opportunity that they need to thrive and to lead into the future. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would just rise to briefly talk about the great success of another multicultural community festival on the weekend that I mentioned last week, and that is the Ukrainian community of Queensland, and in particular of Brisbane, with their Independence Day celebrations and, of course, the festival on Saturday. The weather gods absolutely smiled on them, and it was a spectacular day to be there. I am glad to say that it was a very bipartisan a collection of politicians and representatives there from both sides of every level of government, and it was wonderful to see everybody there and support. It is official, they are probably outgrowing their site there. We need to think about different ways to give them more room, but every year it gets bigger and bigger. There were the biggest, brightest sunflowers, which is the very special flower of Ukraine as well. The speeches were stirring, and I have to say the food and beer were outstanding. The Meadow Vik, the honey layer cake, cannot be missed, and of course they have their own type of dumpling which we need to be getting way more of in Brisbane, called warrant, and it is very, very special. The entire day was very, very special. I want to congratulate Peter Bongiorni and the whole community for the work they do to support our refugees. There's been hundreds that have come through in the last few years into Brisbane and thousands across the state, and their work does not go unnoticed. We are very proud of them. The festival was a great success, and I think they are showing the best resilience that you can possibly imagine for a war that's nearly been going on for 4 years, and it was great to see everybody there on the same side and supporting Ukraine to make sure that Ukraine stays Ukraine and is not ceded regardless of Russia's aims. And I would just like to say, Slava Ukraini.
Yeah. Further speakers? No further speakers. That now ends the meeting.